The aura Sure released was incredibly terrifying. It was as if his entire body was burning. Great Tao symbols became immortal flames, rising and throbbing, his entire figure becoming dazzling and resplendent. He was shaking right now, sadness and killing intent surging. At the same time, he felt a wave of bleakness. When he turned around, just how many people died? Before, he was still the little stone. After traveling all this time, experiencing so much blood and chaos from his youth till now, he already became a half-immortal emperor. All of this still felt like it happened yesterday. Now 2 million years have passed. Hong! In the distance, the new little stone slaughtered his way over, his entire body covered in blood. He fought bloodily against fallen immortal kings, injuries covering his entire body. He really was extremely strong, striking down older generation kings. Some of the 800 old soldiers fell to the ground while facing the sky, turning into blood and bones. But those who were still alive followed at the youngsters left and right, continuing to fight. They wanted to protect the little stone. They brandished immortal king banners, their entire bodies covered in blood, all of them extremely aged, but they still carried unyielding spirits. The 800 disciples previously followed Sure in battle. Even though they had long fallen behind, unable to catch up, their hot-bloodedness still remained. They were loyal and devoted, guarding Shure's descendant, now fighting together with the new little stone. The new little stone was someone they watched grow up. Even though he had long exceeded them by who knew how much, these elders still followed him in life and death, marching into this bloody battle with him. Perhaps in their eyes, dying in battle was the best path of return. In this case, they could return to their home in the 9 heavens 10 earths, reunite with their deceased brothers and wives, be buried in the same place. Kill! The 800 soldiers' numbers were already far less than half, but none of them feared death. As for the new little stone, he was seeking his own death, gathering his blood essence, wishing to offer it to his father as sacrifice, allowing his true blood to revive as well. Ah! Sure roared into the heavens, his entire body trembling. His head of black hair stood on end. The corners of his eyes even split apart. The immortal power he erupted with was incomparable. In this instant, Sure directly forced back the 3 great half-immortal emperors. He brandished his sword core, smashing out a domineering fist imprint, wishing to shatter the everlasting. Gray Emperor, Grand Emperor and Feather Emperor all backed up, their bodies all covered in cracks. Their eyes became more and more cold. Go back! Sure secretly transmitted sound to the new little stone, his voice carrying endless worry and pain. How could he watch his own son offer up his own blood and soul? At the same time, it was even harder for him to watch those 800 old soldiers all die. His hand pressed forward, fallen kings dying one after another. There were terrifying fluctuations that were created, bloody mist erupting, the scene horrifying. This was precisely the attack of a half-immortal emperor. Even from millions and millions of li away, he carried killing intent and sorrow, wiping out all of the darkness creatures in that area just like that. As for the new little stone and the old soldiers, they were all sent far away from that place. However, he still had to pay the price to do this. He was fighting against 3 half-immortal emperors, so being distracted like this exhausted his spirit, causing him to suffer serious injuries again. Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Gray Emperor were all cold and emotionless. They definitely wouldn't do anything that would cause themselves to suffer any harm. Their expressions were cold, the so-called feelings and emotions long completely cut off by them. That was why when they began to fight, they really were extremely terrifying sometimes, truly unshaken by anything external. Pung pung pung. Sure once again began to fight against the 3 half-immortal emperors. Sure enough, he was at a disadvantage, the balance long broken. Even though he felt grief and anger inside, feeling a wave of terrifying anger, making him erupt with the most terrifying aura, he was still at a disadvantage, his body erupting with blood. They fought intensely, their figures interweaving. In the end, Sure staggered backwards, unable to hold on anymore. His body was staggering, almost splitting to pieces here. Apart from this, his entire body was skin wrapped around bones. Meanwhile, the three great emperors' flesh were a bit more full, a bit of essence blood reforming in their bodies. Father! The new little stone was worried, struggling, slaughtering his way forward again. Moreover, at this time he began to sacrifice himself, wishing to restore Xiao's powerful strength. Along the way, there was a fallen immortal king who appeared again, wishing to stop the new little stone. Pooh! The new little stone was incredibly valiant, facing them all. Fists smashed into that expert again and again, blood rushing in all directions. He was like an unmatched young war god. It had to be said that Stone Clan lineage's bravery was exceptional. He inherited Xiao's talent and courage, slaughtering enemies like he was pulling out weeds, carving out a path through the chaotic enemy. The old soldiers followed him, brandishing immortal king banners and activating king-level formations. They coordinated with the new little stone, protecting him at the center. Father! The new little stone secretly shouted out, having him accept his blood essence and soul force. He was Xiao's inheritor. Flowing within him was the blood of heavenly Emperor Huang, carrying Xiao's life inheritance imprints. When the new little stone saw his father in a disadvantaged state, possibly dying here, he did his best to offer up his own soul and foundational true blood. In that instant, he became incredibly weak. This was originally a powerful and fierce youngster who achieved immortal king status, known as one of the individuals in immortal domain with the greatest potential. Yet now, it seemed like he already had all of his vitality stripped. The new little stone immediately fell down, his entire body shaking, dispirited and listless. He didn't hesitate to pay the price, not caring how Xiao would reject him, offering himself up first. There was a type of natural reaction between father and son. Xiao's chest was in great pain, his entire body even burning, wishing to explode. His entire body was trembling. My son! Huang's body already didn't have any blood left, or else he would have long shed tears of blood, feeling great sadness. He roared into the heavens. The new little stone, from the moment he was born, never received the love and pampering of his parents, sealed for a period of time. Then, the seal was undone by Xiao, forcing him to head down the path of cultivation. At that time, without parents at his side, without loved ones caring for him, he could only cultivate alone. When he thought of these things, Xiao felt as if his chest was suffocating. Incredibly terrible. Now, his only son offered himself up like this, so how could he not feel as if his insides were splitting apart? My child! He roared out, tears of blood finally flowing out. It was because that blood and soul force rushed over. It was of the same origin as himself, now absorbed by his body, silently arriving, granting his body some life force. Kill! Xiao's endless sadness turned into a wave of fiercely burning killing intent. Hong! He slaughtered until he went crazy, frantically facing the three half-immortal emperors. His vitality was reviving, recovering a bit. With a pong noise, Grey Emperor was blasted until his body broke apart to pieces and flew out. Feather Emperor released an angry roar, shouting out. It was because a wing was directly ripped off by Xiao, carrying bits of blood as it separated from him. This battle was incredibly terrifying, even Xiao taking on serious injuries, his right arm separating. They could recombine their bodies, but the consumption was too shocking. The bit of essence blood they previously accumulated was about to be completely exhausted again. The three great half-immortal emperors were also going crazy, frantically devouring the blood within fallen kings. In the end, the Darkness Great Army immediately lost many powerful leaders. Father! The new little stone cried out weakly. He was struggling, carrying out a sacrifice again, wishing to offer up the last bit of his spirit and blood. Those old soldiers' eyes were red. They all supported their ruined bodies, all of them rushing out, surrounding him. Child, don't! They roared out. My father is over there, he needs me. The new little stone said weakly. It was as if he returned to his younger years, extremely powerless, declining. It was clear that the three half-immortal emperors noticed the abnormalities here, realizing the reason why Hao became strong again. They began to crazily take action. However, how could Hao put up with them slaughtering their way over? He went crazy, completely using all of the methods he could think of to take them down with him. He risked it all against them. If this continued, they were definitely all going to die. Hurry! Sacrifice me. I don't have any strength left. Give my blood and soul to my father. The new little stone said weakly. The old soldiers shed tears. How could they bear to see this scene? Old tears trickled down their faces. I'll do it myself. The new little stone forcefully sat back up. No, all of you, bring him away. Right at this time, a middle-aged man dressed in silver armor walked over. He grabbed the new little stone's arm, carrying him up and bringing him to the old soldiers. Child, let this useless uncle of yours take your place. I also have blood that comes from the same source as your father, this middle-aged man said. He was a bit dejected, as if he carried too many regrets in this life. However, at this time, the most powerful radiance gradually appeared on his face, as if he had completely entrusted his life to something. He was Hao Huang's younger brother. Uncle! The new little stone cried out weakly. Hurry and leave, Hao said, asking the old soldiers to bring the new little stone away. Then, he roared towards the sky. With a pung sound, his body shattered. He sacrificed himself here. Uncle! The new little stone screamed out. He knew about this uncle and also knew about his past. He never expected this uncle who remained habitually silent all these years would do this. You are a child with potential. Uncle is useless, so I can only do this. Hao's voice sounded. He was extremely decisive and thorough, his life about to reach its end. Wipe them all out, Feather Emperor roared out. A single thought covered all things, destroying that land, wishing to exterminate everyone Hao cared about. However, Hao went crazy, fighting against them. Their battle on the dam reached the climax, forcefully pushing them back to Realm C again. He couldn't allow these three half-immortal emperors to do what they wanted. However, his eyes also felt like splitting. His own younger brother also walked down this path, yet he couldn't stop him. Hao, get the fuck out of here! Hao roared furiously. He didn't wish to see this scene. In the distance, groups of darkness creatures appeared, gathering there, fallen kings leading the way. They stopped Hao's blood and soul, preventing him from sacrificing them normally. The remainder of the 800 old soldiers slaughtered their way out together, their eyes turning scarlet red. How could they allow Hao's blood and soul to be lost for nothing? However, these fallen kings were too strong. They couldn't stop them. All of you filth who live in darkness, get lost. Right at this time, a man's voice sounded. A pair of dual-pupil radiance tore apart the world, just too resplendent. With a pung sound, it even more so directly tore apart a fallen king. This was an outwardly extremely young man, but his body carried an aura of great changes. Moreover, his eyes were even more so terrifying beyond comparison. A pair of dual pupils that could forge heaven and earth, as well as destroy all things. He was Shuri. This was also someone who previously fought Hao until he was half-crippled in a fair battle, someone from the same generation, even though he himself almost died as well. He achieved Immortal King position, slaughtering his way here. When he took action, the most powerful divine abilities were displayed. A single move deciding life and death, making a fallen king explode. Kill! The dual-pupiled Shuri roared out. His hair was disheveled, his entire body covered in blood. It was clear that he had experienced terrifying great battles. Right now, his pupils were so brilliant they couldn't be stared straight at. Symbols covered those pupils densely, mysterious and unfathomable, possessing sky-shocking divine might, slaughtering his way over until even immortal kings trembled. All of you, get lost! The dual-pupiled Shuri roared out. His body was contorting because the price he paid was too great. Killing immortal kings like this, deciding life and death with a single move naturally exhausted too much. If this was a normal battle, how could one move kill a fallen immortal king? Pooh! Another fallen king was blasted apart by dual-pupil radiance. The other darkness creatures weren't on the same level as him. They were all smashed to pieces by a palm, buried in the void. Cousin! Qin Hao's blood and soul still didn't scatter. When he saw Shuri, he weakly cried out. Also you, get lost as well, the dual-pupiled Shuri said, not polite to Qin Hao in the slightest. His hand waved, seizing his blood and soul, merging it together, and then he threw him into the distance. No, I still wish to offer myself as sacrifice, Qin Hao roared out. What is the use of that bit of blood? It isn't Sure Hao's life inheritance blood, and you aren't even an immortal king yourself. Just leave. Shuri waved his hand coldly, sending him out. Then, he began to offer himself up here. When others saw this scene, they all couldn't help but roar out. Kill! Slaughter those darkness filth! Some people cried out. For example, the heavenly horned ant's eyes were scarlet red, now slaughtering outwards. 10 Crown King held a world tree in hand, incredibly ferocious and domineering, sweeping out fiercely. The butcher, under his endless rage, unleashed a bloody slaughter. Shouts of war shook the skies in immortal domain. The outstanding individuals of all sides took action, retaliating against the darkness' great army. Shiyi's body broke apart, turning into a rain of light, wrapping it around a lump of true blood. Then, he fiercely rose into the sky, his dazzling brilliance illuminating the sky dome. With a hong sound, intense fluctuations shook this entire world. Many people feeling dismal when they saw this scene. The dual-pupiled individual of a generation, someone with unmatched aptitude among immortal kings, ended up splitting apart here. Heh! Ha-ha! Grand Emperor was laughing. Only it was a bit cold. Do you think that immortal king blood would be effective? This truly is laughable. Grey Emperor sneered, not caring in the slightest. In his eyes, apart from true blood that carried Sure Hao's life imprints, for example, his own heir's blood, the continuation of his life having miraculous effects, all other blood's effects wouldn't be that great. However, the results were outside the half-immortal emperor's predictions. When this type of blood was sacrificed, silently, it was actually quickly absorbed by Sure Hao's body in the air, merging with him, increasing his vitality. This left both Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor shocked. The past cause. Today's effects have been returned to you. These were Shiyi's final words. Then, that area of the skies became completely dark, his figure nowhere to be seen. Only a few people knew what the karma he spoke of was about. Why is there a need to be this decisive? Sure Hao was dejected. He really didn't want his clansmen to be like this. He obviously knew what the karma Shuri referred to pointed at. In the past, the dual-pupiled Shuri obtained Sure Hao's supreme being bone. Contained within it was a strand of true blood. Now, after offering himself up, the effects were extremely useful for Sure Hao. It was because there was indeed still a strand of Sure Hao's past true blood that flowed in the dual-pupiled individual's body. Hong! Sure Hao's aura surged, making the 3 half-immortal emperors feel restraining fear. I understand. In the distance, Qin Hao said to himself. He knew where the true blood was hidden. Even though he wasn't an immortal king, he still also had Sure Hao's blood within him. Previously, Shuri stopped him out of good intentions, wishing to protect his life. I am coming too. Qin Hao released a low roar. Right at this moment, he didn't feel any hesitation, once again carrying out a sacrifice. He was extremely decisive, turning into blood and spirit, rumbling and offering himself out. Back then, when Sure Hao was about to die, before he died, he gave his supreme being bone to Qin Hao. Within his body was also a bit of Huang's true blood, now still there. Immortal Domain's great battle was intense. Meanwhile, in the realm sea beyond the dam, it was even more miserable. Sure Hao obtained true blood, allowing his blood energy to gradually flourish. Even if it was just a bit, after nurturing his withered body, it was also completely different. One could see just how great their previous consumption was. This true blood was equivalent to a primer, a seed that could make one's withered body surge with life force. Within Immortal Domain, experts from all sides fought bloody battles. Kill! 10-Crown King brandished his world tree, sweeping through everything in his path. The precious tree's power in his hands was exceptionally great. An expanse of darkness creatures wiped out with each attack. Even if he encountered darkness kings, he still powerfully advanced. Hong. He encountered his match. There was an extremely domineering figure among the darkness creatures who held a great treasure. He slaughtered his way over, blocking 10-Crown King. A great battle erupted. Soon afterwards, blood splashed outwards, their battle extremely intense. In the distant skies, in another place, exiled Immortal floated like a spirit. He was dressed in blue clothes, aloof and otherworldly, currently fighting a great battle against the best of the darkness creatures. Pooh! Blood radiance flickered. There was another fallen immortal king who died, his blood splashing across heaven and earth. Exiled Immortal's methods were shocking, cutting down a king. Roar! In another place a Qilin roared. Immortal Domain's side was at a disadvantage. At this time, a snow-white Qilin who was covered in blood, entirely scarlet red, leapt out from a blood-colored swamp. However, it was quite the pity. A great dark hand descended, surrounding the cosmos skies. With a PU sound, it was blasted into blood radiance. Little White, the lunar jade rabbit, cried out in grief. That Qilin was precisely the one she rescued before. After growing up, it long became incredibly powerful. Even though it wasn't as domineering as the heavenly horned ant, it was still quite formidable. However, it was blasted apart by a darkness giant's palm, both its body and spirit perishing. Leave! Following a shout, the crimson dragon slaughtered its way over. A large half of the scales covering its body had fallen off, its appearance incredibly miserable. It slaughtered its way over, coming from another battlefield to this place. It was Shurhao's disciple, even more so a descendant of the Vicious Ten, its relationship with the heavenly horned ant and white Qilin close. Now that the white Qilin died, it felt great grief. However, the crimson dragon understood that if it tried to persist here, they would also die, which was why it brought the lunar jade rabbit away with it, quickly leaving. Dang! The heavenly horned ant also took action. He was now the most powerful among the Vicious Ten. In his hands was a damaged immortal gold club. He sent it smashing down, facing that giant head-on. Extreme strength, divine might, world-crushing. Pooh! The heavenly horned ant coughed out blood, his body staggering backwards. However, that darkness giant's mouth was also dripping with black blood, also taking many steps back. This was extremely terrifying. The heavenly horned ant could actually face giants head-on. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly horned ant's entire body trembled. A wave of terrifying aura surged. He entered a berserk state, fighting all out against this darkness giant. Dang! In the end, that darkness giant was smashed by the heavenly horned ant's great golden club until he backed up in retreat. Blood coughed out from his mouth. Actually unable to seize the advantage, instead had to worry about its own life. When they slaughtered up to this point, the brave won and the timid perished. One's ferocity was extremely important. The heavenly horned ant completely went for broke. As a result, he swept through everything before him, becoming more and more vicious, gradually obtaining a type of unmatched aura. Right at this time, there were a few experts who took action at the same time, surrounding the heavenly horned ant, wishing to get rid of him. You all dare act vicious? The butcher roared. He shouted from the distance, reaching over a large hand and striking forward. Pooh! Blood radiance splashed out. There were fallen kings who died. Following the butcher, burial lord and others' attacks, another group of darkness creatures backed up. The enemy army slaughtered until everything was in disorder. However, this was only a small victory. Immortal Domain was too big, the battles countless. Gradually, Immortal Domain's cultivators entered a passive state. After all, there were too many darkness creatures. When Shurhao turned around, he just happened to see a scene. There was a white-clothed figure whose snow clothes were bright red from blood, like plum blossoms. She died just like that, killed by the darkness creatures. That was Princess Yao Yu, losing her life to the darkness great army. At the same time, Not everyone had unyielding characters, daring to sacrifice their own lives and fight to the end. When the chaos descended, there were some clans from Immortal Domain who long defected to Guidance Ancient Palace. Ning Chuan, did you really defect to the foreign realm? Ten Crown King roared out. He never expected that the stunning youngster who was equally famous as himself actually defected to the darkness, choosing to make the creatures of Immortal Domain his enemy. In front of him was an aloof man. It had to be said that his style was exceptional, full of elegance, his appearance more beautiful than many women. It was precisely 6 Crown King Ning Chuan. It can't be called betraying. Darkness blood already flowed in the body of my ancestors, and I am their descendant. So this is nothing more than returning to where I belong. Ning Chuan remained extremely calm. Kill! 10 Crown King slaughtered his way forward, his aura extremely terrifying. Ning Chuan didn't reach Immortal King realm. Even though he was stunning and brilliant, he was still a bit off. He turned around to leave, the fallen Immortal King at his side facing 10 Crown King. In the past, the Protector's lineage of the 9 heavens 10 earths were also darkness creatures. Ning Chuan turned around and said, "Even now, you still wish to incite disharmony?" 10 Crown King shouted. However, he also had suspicions. It was because of Dugu Yun's lineage. Their blood sometimes became black, as if they were corroded. Meanwhile, Dugu Yun was the descendant of the Protector's lineage. My ancestor had indeed been corroded by darkness, but after reviving, he chose to return to Immortal Domain. He was just like the Burial Lord who is fighting with us side by side, already cutting all ties with the darkness. Dugu Yun appeared. He cultivated for 2 million years, now a true immortal. There was still some distance from Immortal King level. Kill! Dugu Yun slaughtered his way towards Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, 10 Crown King fought a great battle against the fallen king. Immortal Domain became more and more chaotic, great battles erupting in all places. Experts appeared in large numbers, heroic individuals continuously falling. Roar! By the dam, a great roar sounded. Waves of blazing light rose around Shurhao's body. He obtained the nourishing of true blood, his aura continuously climbing. At the same time, which was also at this time, he knew about the endings of the Restricted Region Lord, the Crystal Skull, Golden Arm Bone, and others. They were actually no longer in this world. They were just remnant wills, long-lived past their time of death. When the Darkness Great Army arrived, they chose to fight. In the past, they perished precisely in Realm C. Now, they were only remnant wills, already not having much to regret in this life. They fought to the end, already gone. When Shurhao learned about these things, he felt great sorrow inside. He wasn't even able to witness the final scene of the Restricted Region Lord and the others. He couldn't help but release a howl. Even though for them, death was a type of release, it still made Shurhao feel sad and emotional. Pooh! He saw Ning Chuan fight a bloody battle against Dugu Yun. In the end, the two took each other down. He saw 10 Crown King's precious tree explode. There were giants who rushed over, more than one, attacking him at the same time, destroying even the World Tree. Roar! 10 Crown King roared out, his hair disheveled. He really was strong, forcibly slaughtering out a bloody path. The Butcher and Burial Lord arrived, continuously taking action, killing several darkness giants. On the other side, exiled Immortal unfortunately fell in battle. He was extremely strong and also extremely dazzling, but he was surrounded by fallen Immortal Kings. No matter how strong he was, he faced impossible odds. In the end, his blood splashed across the starry sky. It was too pitiful. Even Shurhao felt like it was a pity. However, what could he do? Those scenes were all witnessed by Shurhao, his soul greatly shaken. Those were people from his generation. There were now not that many left. They were all killed in the great chaos. In that instant, he felt his blood energy surge and stir about. He wanted to go crazy, his aura also surging more powerfully. Right now, the new little stone offered himself up, still choosing to do this, all so that his father could become more powerful. The old soldiers who were guarding the new little stone all released great howls of pain. Ow! Right at this time, a primitive giant dragon rushed out. It was precisely number 2 under heaven. Its body was in tatters, covered in blood, now slaughtering its way out. It was also protecting the new little stone. However, he chose to sacrifice himself, so number 2 under heaven, this bird grandpa couldn't change anything either. The ecliptic immortal gold Taoist and itself both suffered serious injuries, darkness corroding their bodies. They were always in seclusion but now rushed out. Pooh! The old soldiers were killed in large numbers. Number 2 under heaven also dropped out of the sky, his blood dyeing the great earth red. Ah! The ecliptic immortal gold Taoist attacked, fighting the darkness kings, fighting until his body burst. He had an immortal gold body, yet right now it still broke to pieces. These scenes all appeared in Xiao's eyes. His past friends died one after another, all gone. It made the wave of emotions within him explode. Hong! A wave of dazzling brilliance surged around Xiao's body, incredibly dazzling. This was especially the case after the new little stone sacrificed himself, that color becoming even more brilliant. It was as if his entire being underwent a type of blood-colored transformation, as if another self was going to struggle out from his ruined body. This type of aura is... Feather Emperor was shocked. He felt a wave of horror. This type of sinister radiance was like a blood cloud. As it spread, it made Xiao look extremely terrifying. Stop him! Don't let him experience a transformation! Feather Emperor shouted. The 3 great half-immortal emperors took action at the same time, all of them trying to stop him. Right now, in the heavens above and earth below, regardless of whether it was immortal domain, burial earth or dam world and realm sea, everyone felt a soul-trembling aura. Xiao's ruined body began to crack apart, as if he was trying to struggle free and emerge as a brand new self. Impossible, no one can truly succeed. Does he still vainly wish to become an immortal emperor? Grey Emperor said with a low voice. When these words sounded, it was as if a world-eradicating disaster sounded. The heavens were shaken, lightning interweaving and rumbling with noise. I don't want you all to die. I want your life imprint to appear again. In Realm C, Xiao roared out into the heavens, his voice shaking through past, present and future. There was a wave of boundless terrifying aura that engulfed the different worlds. Xiao's heart was in pain, his hair disheveled. He raised his head towards the sky, a trail of tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. There was a feeling of despair that engulfed him. His voice was like thunder, shaking up endless regions, his aura boundless beyond comparison. People he knew and experts he didn't know perished one after another. In this great world, there already weren't many people of the same generation as him left. Even his own son perished, turning into blood and spirit, making him feel even more hurt. He sacrificed himself in this world of chaos, yet Huang could only watch as it happened. How bleak and miserable of a thing was this? He stood at the absolute peak of half-immortal emperor. Normally, he should be able to look down on the world, on the past and present. Yet he couldn't see those he loved, unable to protect his son, his old friends and seniors. All of them were sealed up one after another. Those who died died, those who were wounded, continuously falling one after another. This chaotic world was too cruel. The kings all howling in grief, crying tears of blood. Their endings were all extremely miserable, extremely tragic. The immortal domain that used to be extremely glorious was now heading to a decline. The entire world was cracking apart, as if it was beaten into ruin. It was a dusk of bloodshed, the dusk of powerful individuals, dusk of immortals. All of those who were valiant, brilliant, powerful, undying. Those people, those inheritances, those great clans, those legends all became nothing. An age ended. This was the conclusion of a type of civilization. The end of a great era. Xiao really wanted to go crazy. He slaughtered until his entire body was covered in blood. His entire being went crazy. How could he not feel sad? How could he not feel regret? He already poured everything he had into this battle. In Realm C, great waves overturned, bones rising and falling, surging powerfully because of the roars of a single half-immortal emperor. The three half-immortal emperors took action at the same time, surrounding and attacking Shi Hao at the same time, trying to stop his transformation. They were scared that he might really achieve immortal emperor status in this world. That was something unimaginable. They couldn't bear to see it happen. Kill! Feather Emperor moved his divine wings. A blinding rain of light appeared, his entire being as if covered in undying battle clothes. In his hand was an Emperor War Spear. At this time it was thrusted at Shi Hao with full strength. Feather Emperor was world-shocking and powerful. After his aura scattered, splitting the heavens, those waves within Realm C that represented ruined worlds were continuously destroyed under the rain of light released from his body. That war spear was scarlet red like blood, its power too great. Swirling on the spear tip was the long river of time, penetrating endless time. It pressed forward, its power unmatched. Dang! Shi Hao brandished the immortal sword, hacking outwards. This place was immediately destroyed. Realm C exploding, primal chaos covering heaven and earth. Then, two figures quickly tangled about each other. Blazing sword radiance and the terrifying war spear were like dazzling lightning, flying over streak after streak. Then, a rain of blood poured down, irregular scenes appearing in the skies again and again. These were the changes of Realm C. Among these changes there were clans that rose and fell, experts that were wiped out. There were scenes of world creation and scenes of doomsday. These were all things that happened in the past. Hong! This place erupted into chaos. The two experts clashed. This was the Sea of Worlds, each wave a different world. However, under their terrifying power, the heaven overflowing great waves and the nearby Great Sea instead evaporated. Kill! Grey Emperor took action. His entire figure towered in the world, standing tall in Realm C, as if he had existed for an endless amount of time. His massive body released symbols that were mysterious and unfathomable. These were curses that formed tangible great Tao patterns. He formed a sacrificial platform here. The entire Realm C was filled with endless ruined worlds. It immediately resonated, forming an unprecedentedly massive sacrificial platform. Exterminate everything, he roared. His objective was the same as Feather Emperor's, to stop Shi Hao's transformation. Scared that he might truly become an immortal emperor. Following an explosive shout, heaven and earth trembled, wind and clouds surged. An ancient altar that had never been seen before, seemingly able to burst the sky dome, appeared. It released terrifying power, wishing to suppress Shi Hao. Wang! Shi Hao's law pool appeared, also becoming incredibly massive, as if about to suck in all of Realm C. It flew out to subdue that altar. Hand over your life! Grand Emperor released a short shout. Purple energy rose from the east, endless brilliance surged. A grand power accompanied him, allowing his entire being to sublimate. He became extremely brilliant, like a monarch who was born within a blazing purple sun. Under Kung Chong noises, Grand Emperor's body became covered in a layer of purple armor. This was the result of his body's essence, magical force and spirit merging together. His foundation's great Tao symbols circulated. Hong! Grand Emperor, who was dressed in monarch armor, erupted with heaven overflowing purple multicolored light. His right palm was like a blade hacking towards Shi Hao. Dazzling brilliance stretched for millions and millions of li, severing Realm C. This was a great life and death struggle. The three half-immortal emperors stopped Shi Hao, not wishing to let him transform. Right now, the outside of Shi Hao's body was covered in blood. He was wrapped within dazzling great Tao symbols, as fast as lightning. He warped and weaved in Realm C, fighting bloodily against the three emperors. In reality, the cracks on the surface of his body became more and more numerous, more and more concentrated. But there was a wave of thriving vitality within. He was indeed experiencing a type of transformation. Roar! Shi Hao roared out, struggling while in despair, fighting the three half-immortal emperors. When he thought about those who died, those he could never see again, the rage and hatred in his chest turned into fiery light. His battle intent surged, he fought until he went crazy, his entire figure going mad. Blood splashed out, his soul screaming and his body trembling. Anger filled his sea of consciousness. Endless killing energy erupted. Xianxia went all out. His own power slowly increased. His cracked old skin flickered with sparkling brilliance, as if it wanted to shatter his body's prison. His new true self trying to struggle free. Roar! Feather Emperor roared. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. A rain of blood poured down, trying to stop Xianxia's transformation. Once a half-immortal emperor went all out. The experts who were killed in the past and the scenes of world destruction all appeared. Even though he looked divine, his wings snow-white and brilliant, as a half-immortal emperor, how could he have risen up without experiencing any hardships? Xianxia long loosened his hand, letting go of that immortal sword. It clashed with the scarlet-red war spear in Feather Emperor's hand. Meanwhile, he himself also formed a fist imprint, fighting intensely with Feather Emperor. Pooh! One of Feather Emperor's wings was torn off, blood radiance surging. It was because Xianxia's power was slowly becoming stronger, a type of transformation truly happening. Unknowingly, his power became vigorous, starting to flourish. Feather Emperor screamed out. His back was bloody. After a wing was ripped off, the wound there was terrifying. The bone stubble left behind horrifying, blood continuously pouring out. After Xianxia fought until his eyes turned red, how could he care about these things? He barehandedly ripped apart these ancient wings, still slaughtering his way forward, vowing to eliminate these three great disasters. The three great half-immortal emperors were anxious, fighting with their lives on the line. Hand over your lives! Xianxia's voice was overcast, his eyes blood red. He slaughtered until he went mad. The new little stone sacrificed his own blood for him, so many of his old friends perished, immortal domain was in pieces. He felt a deep sense of despair. At this time, he was in a type of bizarre state, as if he went completely mad. However, in terms of killing intent, he was still extremely concentrated, focusing on Feather Emperor, insisting on killing him, using the most powerful methods to face Feather Emperor who only had a single wing left. Hong! Waves surged into the heavens, realm sea erupting with chaos. Radiance rushed into the heavens in this place, absolutely dazzling. The fist radiance passed through past, present and future. Xianxia ripped off Feather Emperor's other wing again. As blood splashed out, trickling downwards, realm sea was dyed a brilliant color. The essence blood Feather Emperor condensed not long ago was ruined again, his essence blood fading away. Ah! Feather Emperor screamed in pain. He fiercely exerted strength, attacking Xianxia murderously. He had never suffered this type of setback before. After fighting for so many years, Xianxia long recognized that Feather Emperor's magical force source was in his wings. Extremely important for him. That was why Xianxia frantically tore at them. During this process, Xianxia also paid a set price. His left shoulder was penetrated by the spear, his chest hacked open by Feather Emperor's palm. However, everything was worth it. Right now, Feather Emperor once again lost large amounts of essence blood and magical force, his body weak. Xianxia directly dealt the fatal blow. His palm and fingers passed by, his sword art vast and profound, tearing apart eternity. Even the great river of time grew dim, becoming indistinct. Pong! Feather Emperor tumbled outwards, his body in tatters. He suffered over 100 streaks of sword radiance, body covered densely in cracks, many of his bones even broken. However, he was still a half-immortal emperor in the end. Even if his forehead was cleaved open, he still wouldn't die, he still had fighting strength. The other two experts roared out, frantically trying to stop Xianxia. If Feather Emperor died, then their situation wouldn't be good either. Hong! Xianxia kicked away a ruined wing on the ocean surface. He sent a fist smashing towards Grand Emperor, clashing with that purple monarch armored palm. Sparks immediately flew in all directions. It was because this person was now blocking in front of him. Under an ear-splitting clash, Xianxia's fist began to drip with blood, most of the blood his own, as well as the blood of his enemies. Grand Emperor's pupils contracted, his face carrying an expression of pain. The surface of his body grew dim. This was especially the case with his palm, the purple armor even splitting open. This was the gathering of Dao skills, the armor even cast from the essence of his source, now suffering injuries. Only in the most crucial great decisive battle would he use this set of armor. Now it was smashed apart. A Grand Emperor roared out. The current Hao went completely mad, continuously fighting with him. After seizing the advantage, he attacked him while avoiding the other two. Right now, Grand Emperor became the target of Hao's attacks. Feather Emperor temporarily became weak. He was no longer a source of worry. So Hao immediately attacked the next individual who posed the greatest threat. Pu! Hao's fist imprint smashed into Grand Emperor's chest, blasting him into pieces. What Huang was considering right now wasn't how to completely kill the enemy, because that was too hard. He needed to carefully whittle down at their strength. What he needed to do right now was break down the enemy's strength. Grand Emperor screamed out miserably. The injuries from this blow were too severe. Much of his primordial spirit flame even scattered. The essence blood his body gathered was even more so exhausted, completely wiped out. After the purple-colored Emperor armor was shattered, his foundation was injured. Kill! Hao made his way around Grand Emperor's ruined body, his eyes scarlet like two blood lamps in the darkness. His killing intent was endless, now locking onto Grey Emperor. This was a great battle of life and death. The corners of Hao's eyes carried traces of blood. When he went crazy, his handsome cheeks even appeared a bit sinister. For the sake of his son, his brothers and his old friends, he became completely grim and unfeeling, emotionless. He temporarily erased a portion of his feelings. The only word in his head was slaughter. In this great battle, a head flew. Hao smashed apart that altar, removing Grey Emperor's head, blasting apart his body. At the same time, he threw himself forward, attacking the three ruined emperors viciously, wishing to completely destroy them. Some old skin on Hao's body came off. There was a wave of thriving vitality that was spreading. His seriously injured body was slowly recovering, a wave of fluctuations extending outwards. There is no way you can succeed, Feather Emperor roared out. This had never happened before. How could this happen on the body of someone who rose up after them? They were unwilling, filled with resentment, but they were powerless to stop anything. They were helpless, gradually weakened by Huang, who was becoming more and more powerful. If this continued, they would inevitably perish. Huang! At this time, in a certain part of the great river of time, there were several blasts of light that suddenly became extremely resplendent, releasing brilliant divine rainbows. It was as if Hao's transformation affected other domains of time and space. Right now, a ruined corpse floated within a quiet expanse of cosmos. Its eyelids moved slightly, about to open. Moreover, the ruined corpse released a voice that penetrated into Realm C, drawn out and overcast. Why is there a need? Why bother? In a dull and lonely expanse of the cosmos, it was ice-cold and dark. After millions and millions of years, there wasn't the slightest aura. Yet today things changed. A ruined corpse suddenly opened its eyes, the radiance penetrating the great universe. The two streaks of radiance were even more intimidating than immortal swords, just too sharp. When one watched from the distance, it was as if two streaks of lightning erupted in the darkness, shattering the peace. After he said those words, he slowly got up, silently looking in this direction. His entire withered body gradually recovered life force, recovering the characteristics of the living. He only had a single leg, the other foot also lacking a soul, moreover single-armed as well, quite broken. The hair on his head was dried yellow like wild grass. His entire existence gave off an extremely ancient feeling, as if he had experienced the accumulation of time. Wang! He raised his only arm, shaking the great cosmos. Then, he pointed in a certain direction. With a Hong noise, in the depths of the land of darkness, within an ancient land where blood flowed, an arm moved. It suddenly rose, passing through the realm wall and appearing here. Then, with a pong noise, that dried-up arm connected with the elder's body, becoming whole again. At the same time, in the depths of Realm C, great waves rushed into the heavens. A broken leg that carried blood tore apart the skies, disappearing from that place. This made Xiao's mind tremble. Hong! In this dull and lonely cosmos, an elder connected his broken leg. Then, the endless void split, forming streak after streak of terrifying black cracks, unknown where they led to. With a Hong noise, a soul flew over from that place, connecting to his ruined body, completing his body. On his body were old black clothes. Even though the body was ruined, unknown just how many great eras it had floated through the cosmos for, the black clothes were still there. There were traces of blood on the surface of his clothes, full of holes. Judging from its appearance, it was extremely old. At this time, it revived with his body. The ruined cloth fluttered about and then released sky overflowing black mist. In that instant, this entire region was covered by black clouds. This was darkness source matter that was thick to the point of not dissolving. In the darkness, his body couldn't even be seen anymore. There was only a wizened skinny outline. However, the pupils instead became even more brilliant, like two small suns in the darkness, blinding and horrifying. Immediately afterwards, he began to move. He passed through the void and smashed through realm walls, carrying endless power, descending upon Realm C. In that instant, Realm C surged. Then, great waves rushed in all directions, engulfing towards the heavens. When this elder descended upon this place, the seas erupted, forced to rush in all directions. That place was about to dry up, lacking ocean water. His black clothes fluttered about, everything in his way destroyed. A sphere of black light swirled about. His aura became extremely terrifying. It was precisely because of this that there was nothing near him. Even the Realm C region below was about to dry up. The elder descended, his pressure suppressing everything. This creature suddenly appeared, leaving Xiao with no choice but to defend himself. This elder had boundless and immeasurable darkness force. He was extremely powerful. At this time, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Gray Emperor situations were extremely bad. Their bodies had been blown apart by Xiao several times, cutting apart their souls from time to time as well, wishing to truly end them. When they saw this elder, the three emperors dragged their ruined bodies, staggering in retreat, rushing in that direction. Senior, Gray Emperor spoke, actually using this type of address. Grand Emperor was also extremely polite, also calling out, Senior. Feather Emperor was arrogant and prideful, only cupping his hands, not calling this individual Senior. But one could see how shocking this person's identity was. Even the three great half-immortal emperors attached so much importance to him. We are merely those of the same path. Why is there a need to be like this? The elder said with a nod. His power was magnificent. When he descended here, the pressure made Realm C surge. Distant waves overflowed into the heavens, continuously striking against the sky dome. Darkness force spread through the universe. He made all of Realm C turn into a black color. The elder was rather polite, treating Grand Emperor, Gray Emperor, and Feather Emperor as equals, not putting on airs. Senior, you are the first emperor since the world's creation, while we came after. We naturally need to remain respectful. Gray Emperor said. Xiao heard these words clearly. In reality, behind the dam, some of Immortal Domain's immortal kings also heard this. All of them couldn't help but suck in cold air. The first emperor since world creation? This origin was just too terrifying. We are all half-immortal emperors. All of us are the same, the elder said. Then, he looked towards Xiao and said, Why is there a need? At your level, what can't you let go of? For the sake of some insects, is it worth it? You and I are the true similar level individuals. There is only this small number of half-immortal emperor-level individuals. Why is there a need to massacre one another? You've already cut off all humanity, self-claiming to have transcended above. I am not willing to speak more with you, Xiao replied with an ice-cold voice. If the number of years you experience becomes long enough, you will be able to let everything go. What 7 emotions, 6 desires, What homeland to reminisce about, what hatred and madness. All of this can be easily laughed off. The great Tao is ruthless. In the end, creatures like you and I need to cut off all emotions and desires. Not being able to let things go is only because you are still young. After experiencing the baptism of time, after your heart experiences the vicissitudes of time, the things you used to care about and attached importance to, all of it will go up into smoke and flames. At that time, you will understand that only our Tao is everlasting. The elder was extremely calm as he said this. That is you, not me. Xianxia suddenly looked towards him. Feeling like this elder was a terrifying figure, the elder shook his head. You and I are the same as Gray Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor. Only we can stay together. Explore the path of Immortal Emperor realm together. The past Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Gray Emperor, which one of them didn't have endless heirs and powerful clans? Who among them didn't establish imperishable great sects and inheritances? But in the end, what happened to them? They were all flowers in a mirror, moons reflected in lakes. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth, some even wiped out by them personally. The elder said. These words left Xianxia's mind a bit shocked, making his expression increasingly cold. He didn't want to say anything else. Senior, he is about to break through. Grand Emperor warned. He won't be able to break through. He is just undergoing rebirth, producing an immortal core, or perhaps becoming a bit more complete, could be said to have taken a step, 1 foot into Immortal Emperor realm. However, in the end, all of his hopes and efforts will come to nothing, just like me that year. The elder said, This is the same as your respected self back then? Gray Emperor was shocked. The reason he was respectful was because he understood well how terrifying this elder was. He knew that this individual previously almost became an immortal emperor. Grand Emperor and the others carried restraining fear towards him precisely because of this. It was rumored that this elder previously broke through, but at the final moments, almost had his body and Tao extinguished, so he sealed himself up. At the same time, this elder was also their guide. For the sake of achieving immortal emperor status, they resolutely cast themselves into darkness, wishing to find a breakthrough point through it. It was because they already tried out every other path, but couldn't take even half a step forward. Meanwhile, the darkness source allowed them to advance a bit, see hope on this path, becoming their own glimmer of light. Seeing radiance within darkness is comparatively speaking much easier. These were the words the elder spoke before. Do you really think I won't be able to break through just because you say I won't? Xianxia didn't believe this. Right now, the old skin outside his body completely separated, producing a sparkling immortal body. Immortal blood flowed within his body, bright red and brilliant. Not only did he revive, his magical force became even more vigorous, his power surging beyond comparison. Even his hair was sparkling like immortal gold. Right now, when his pupils opened and closed, there was soul-shocking power that swirled about, even making Gray Emperor's expression change a bit. He became extremely fearful. Your path has reached its end. If you forcefully continue, you will only perish. The black-clad elder said, his expression serious, eyes deep. Xianxia didn't pay him any attention. It was hard for anyone else to shake his own beliefs. His aura was surging, killing intent erupting, still insisting on killing Feather Emperor and the others. Hong! Xianxia took action. He condensed a fist imprint, looking down on the world under the sky. Even if this elder was deep and immeasurable, he still pushed forward, attacking Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Gray Emperor. In that instant, Realm C was wiped out, large amounts of the ocean region drying up. All of this was under the power of Xianxia's fist, completely annihilated. An expanse of a ruined world appeared with each wave, but they disappeared without a trace just like that, returning to primal chaos. The dazzling fist radiance illuminated the past, present, and future. Grand Emperor, Gray Emperor, and Feather Emperor were all shocked. With their current states, how could they possibly stop this? Youngster, I will let you see this old one's path back then. It is just as far as you have gone, but it is still a dead path in the end. The elder said, shaking his head. Hong! He released a palm. It was pitch black like ink, blocking Shihao. Within it was his Tao, his magic. His unmatched fighting strength was displayed. With a turn of his hand, even the heavens themselves were about to be overturned. The scenes reflected there were the events of the past. The elder had indeed undergone a transformation, but he borrowed darkness force, his source pitch black like ink. He was just like Shihao, undergoing a transformation yet producing a darkness body. The power was different, but the situation was similar. In the end, when he wanted to break through and become an immortal emperor, his body broke apart inch by inch, his primordial spirit also like this, mysteriously heading towards destruction. Shihao watched coldly, unshaken. You are you, I am myself. They've already erased their humanity for the sake of pursuing the Tao, willing to advance through any means fair or foul. But I still have flesh, still have blood, still the same. These words made Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Gray Emperor's faces change. Being young is good, arrogant, full of vigor, hot tears still able to trickle down your cheeks. However, in the end, it is still nothing. The elder shook his head, saying this with a sigh. The great Tao has always been ruthless. If you aren't willing to use any means possible, how can you achieve the Tao, become an immortal emperor? The great Tao is ruthless, but it also has emotions. It all depends on what you yourself want to give up on. All of you have your own paths. I have mine. Shihao faced him coldly and said, furthermore, you never even became an immortal emperor. So how can you point fingers and criticize like this? I am not those three. Shihao pointed at Gray Emperor and the others. Shihao's fist imprints didn't stop either, smashing out again. With a wonglong noise, darkness power surged. The elder took action again using similar unmatched power. His old skin was also cracking, about to produce a darkness core again. After a great collision, gray mist spread throughout Realm C. A vast body of water surged, this region completely drying up. Dried up ocean depths could be seen. There was a reef and primal chaos, as well as immortal bones that had remained sunken for millions and millions of years. Tao Friend obstinately persists on going about things the wrong way. Do you know that doing this is stopping our paths? The more darkness people there are, the greater the land of darkness origin force. Only this way can grant us an opportunity to break through. In the end, you are the same as us, so why is there a need to do this? You will understand it sooner or later, the elder said. However, his palm was ruthless, destroying the heavens and wiping out the earth, domineering beyond comparison. His strength was just too powerful, enough to face the current even stronger Shihao. In that case, Tao Friend, we will help you set your resolve by wiping out this world, the elder said. With a hong noise, he sent a palm smashing out towards a mortal domain, wishing to completely turn this place into a land of death, turn it into an eternal ruined earth, wipe out all traces of life. You dare! Shihao roared out. I am the world eradication elder. My palm obliterates worlds. I lost track of how many times this has happened already, the elder said calmly. Shihao felt that this elder was strange right from the start, full of mysterious power. His origins might be shockingly terrifying, not as simple as he claimed to be. However, Shihao didn't feel fear, directly facing him head-on. These are 3 Emperor pills I spent a lifetime meticulously creating. You all should quickly ingest them, recover, and then head into Immortal Domain. Wipe it out, cut short this Tao Friend's remaining attachments. He will understand in the end. World Eradication Elder said. He produced 3 pills, sending them towards the 3 half-immortal emperors. They seemed to be refined from darkness immortal gold, flickering with dark radiance. An enticing fragrance was wafting out from their sparkling appearance. After the 3 half-immortal emperors received the pills, they all pressed forward, killing intent erupting. You all dare! Shihao shouted out. At the same time, he cut these 4 great experts off, not allowing them to step into the world behind the dam. Someone is coming. Feather Emperor's brows furrowed. World Eradication Elder also suddenly turned around, looking towards the great river of time. He couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. "Attack! Kill him first," Feather Emperor said, his voice extremely rushed. Behind him, a pair of tattered wings reappeared, carrying blood. When they moved, Realm C began to stir, a rain of light scattering down his body. He was determined to get rid of Huang first. "Kill!" Grand Emperor responded with action, using his half-immortal Emperor magical artifact to slaughter forward. As for Grey Emperor, he was also like this. He was always coordinating with those two emperors. He chanted incantations from his mouth, bringing about death curses. World Eradication Elder turned around, gazing into that great river of time. His expression was grave. He wasn't opposed to the three emperors' attacks, but he also carried restraining fear towards that creature from the long river of time. For them, what was frightening? There was almost nothing. It was because they were precisely the most powerful creatures. That was unless it involved time. If something came from the great river of time, that individual might be extremely extraordinary. This was an unforeseeable variable. Once it touched upon half-immortal emperors that went against time, not even they could deduce what would happen. An intense great battle erupted. Sure Hao fought a decisive battle against the three half-immortal emperors. Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor all ingested an emperor pill each. Their entire bodies surged with dark light, becoming more and more powerful. Their darkness force incredibly powerful. Their magical force erupted, quickly returning to the peak. That was why they remained fearless, wishing to unleash a great slaughter and wipe out this great enemy. However, the current Sure Hao already underwent an instance of transformation, also becoming different. He surged with magical force, increasing his Dao skills. Together with the pain of losing his son and his brothers, his killing intent became terrifying to the extreme. Hong! This place was beaten into ruin. Realm C's waters couldn't immediately cover up this area. The four great half-immortal emperors slaughtered their way here, clashing intensely, blood splashing everywhere. This was history's most intense great battle. New worlds opened in the seas at every turn. It was because the power was too vast. When primal chaos was torn through, there would be a new heaven and earth. Only half-immortal emperors could do this. Realm eradication and realm creation were both within their palms and fingers. The long river of time surged, shaking intensely. That place became hazy, three shocking rainbows quickly arriving from the lower reaches of time. World Eradication Elder's expression finally changed. He could sense that they were half-immortal emperors, all three of them. They rushed over from that place at the same time. This was a bit terrifying. One had to understand that from the past until the present, how many half-immortal emperors were there? Those who were still alive were all here. If he was included, there were only 5 of them. However, in the lower reaches of the great river of time, 3 of them immediately appeared in a group. This was extremely terrifying. This type of fighting strength, when grouped up together, could overthrow many things. It was clear that moving along the river of time wasn't an easy task, easily triggering great karma, bringing about danger. Normal experts weren't willing to do this. Not even half-immortal emperors would easily touch this kind of karma. They could wander about the great river of time, but they usually avoided it, normally definitely wouldn't interfere with anything out of fear of bringing about a great disaster upon themselves. The greater one's strength, the greater the karma involved. Otherwise, without any restrictions, if they just behaved unscrupulously, trying to change everything, wouldn't this entire world become chaotic? There wouldn't be any meaning in existence then. They were now close. One could already vaguely see 3 experts descending, wrapped with an unmatched divine light. Those great Tao symbols were extremely powerful, intimidating their souls. Even World Eradication Elder, this type of individual, was shaken. As expected, there were powerful half-immortal emperors who came. Judging from how they were seething with killing intent, he felt like things were far from reassuring. There were 3 individuals on that side. If they joined up with Huang, wouldn't it be 4 against 4? The arrogant Feather Emperor's wings were fiercely beating right now, erupting with heaven overflowing killing intent. He wanted to kill Huang as soon as possible to get rid of this huge problem. He saw the three individuals who were descending, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Right now, they had 4 half-immortal emperors on their side. If they joined up, they could definitely seal up Huang, slowly whittle away at him until he perished. This was a situation of inevitable victory. Comparatively speaking, they really didn't want to see any new variables. The 3 creatures who came from the lower reaches of the great river of time immediately made the situation become complicated. There were 3 great creatures, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all in human forms, the auras they released incomparable, making one feel like they were about to suffocate. Resplendent symbols swirled around their bodies, patterns covering them densely, indicating that their Tao laws were extremely profound. These were experts with unmatched aptitudes. These 3 individuals moved together, looking down on all under the sky. They stared at Realm C, overlooking all experts here. The 2 men and 1 woman were full of a dazzling rain of light. They walked towards this place, making Realm C separate and the heavens tremble. When they were all together, they really were too powerful. Right now, the 3 great experts stared at Hao. When they saw him, they immediately smiled. "It's him, we truly found him," one of them muttered to himself. When they saw the 3 great experts smile, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor's faces immediately changed. This really was too terrible. If they smiled towards Huang, then they were most likely enemies and not allies. Even World Eradication Elder's mind trembled, feeling like the situation wasn't good. Tao friends came from so far away. We are of different times, but this is also a meeting of fate. However, going against the great river of time, if you take action recklessly, this entire heaven and earth will be overturned. World Eradication Elder reminded. He was extremely worried. If these 3 experts were to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Feather Emperor's expression became more and more cold. He had a type of suspicion, feeling that Huang would most likely die today, so that was why the future experts went against the great river of time to change the situation. Perhaps this battle was related to too much. For the sake of changing some great events in the future, for the sake of altering their fate, they didn't hesitate to rush back endless years. Even if they were going to suffer tremendous karma backlash, they still wanted to change the past. Right, Huang perished today. These people came here for him. World Eradication Elder nodded, saying this to himself. Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor inwardly nodded, because there were 4 great half-immortal emperors who could surround and kill Huang. As for what the end result would be like, it was hard to predict. Now, if someone came to interfere, they most likely belonged to enemy forces. If they were on the same side as them, they definitely wouldn't have come all the way here. There was no need to change anything. Attack! Right at this time, the female of the 3 individuals released a light shout, reaching out a snow-white sparkling hand, striking towards this battlefield. The power of this palm was extremely horrifying, carrying heaven overflowing great Tao symbols. They covered everything, shaking the past, present and future. Tao friends, do you all know what you are doing? Will you be able to bear this type of karma? World Eradication Elder shouted. His expression now truly changed. If they defied the great river of time like this to change the battle situation, the backlash of heaven and earth might be something even they would get caught up in. The most important thing was that if Huang really was saved by them, would this result in a terrifying and incomprehensible brand new future? This was unimaginable. Feather Emperor and the others had never tried such a thing before, nor did they dare do this type of thing. Once they made this type of decision, truly taking action, even half-immortal emperors had no choice but to perish. Hong Long. Heaven and earth exploded. Great waves surged in Realm C. That woman's palm smashed over, the destructive force astonishing. It brushed past Hao's shoulder, striking into the sea. All things were corroded. The Tao laws of the heavens were broken down. After Hao avoided this attack, he looked at her coldly. Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor were all stunned. They didn't expect to see this result. That woman was attacking Huang? You all have misunderstood, one of the 3 experts said. This was a man clad in immortal gold armor, in his hand a great halberd. He had a head of silver hair, his body giving off an intimidating presence. His pupils were piercing like blades. When World Eradication Elder heard this, he was stunned as well. Then he revealed a strange expression. Gray Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor were also like this. They truly never expected to see this type of result. We indeed came for Huang, but not to save him, but rather to kill him, that woman said. Resplendent great Tao symbols receded. She revealed her true appearance. This was a rather pretty woman, her appearance around 30-something years of age. She was dressed in long golden robes that also looked like armor, full of a noble aura. At the same time, the radiance in her eyes was fierce. Her bearing was elegant. As a half-immortal emperor, she already had a unique aura to her. Together with her exceptional appearance, she naturally seemed even more aloof and transcendent. The third individual was an elder with a head of crimson hair. His figure was strong and robust. In his hands a snow-white heaven-measuring ruler that possessed unmatched power. As if it could size up the heavens itself, eradicate all enemies. How can I trust all of you? Feather Emperor said. Simple. We will join hands and suppress and kill him together. That silver-haired man with the great halberd in hand said. His aura was terrifying, pressing forward with the weapon in hand. Hong. Immediately afterwards, these three experts took action decisively. They actually really joined up together, suppressing and attacking Huang, boasting shamelessly, "Where did you brats come from? Who dares make me their enemy?" Sure Hao roared out domineeringly. He was being attacked right now, but he definitely wouldn't feel fear. Even if it was someone from the future who understood history, understood him, he still didn't feel much fear. He was confident that he was unmatched. He had to destroy all enemies in his path. Not long ago, he completed a transformation, his entire body surging with blood energy. He returned to his peak, now about to make another breakthrough. Tao friends, why aren't you hurrying and taking action? We cannot leave this person alive. That golden-robed woman said, her expression a bit anxious, clearly even more worried than Feather Emperor. Why do you all need to do this? Are you not scared of perishing yourselves? Feather Emperor carried many doubts, asking like this. It is because this person's influence is just too great, the elder who held the heaven-measuring ruler said. He previously, however, when he spoke up to hear, thunder crashed down from above, lightning flashed, striking down on his body with incomparable ferocity. However, this lightning didn't injure him. Even so, another wave of mysterious power appeared, blasting his body, completely blocking his words. This was the force of karma. He wanted to expose heaven's mysteries, so the effects might be tremendous. As a result, he suffered a backlash on the spot. Pooh! The elder coughed out blood. Hurry! Take action together. We don't have much time left. We came with the resolution to lose our lives. The current situation isn't good. The silver-haired man who held a great halberd in hand roared out. He invited World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Gray Emperor to suppress Hao together. It was because the three of them came from the future, any random strike bringing about tremendous karma. Now, the four of them were already starting to experience the consequences of the backlash. This was still the case when they didn't do much to Hao. All of their attacks were neutralized by him. If they really changed anything, even slightly, then they had to pay a tremendous price in blood. Why are you all not taking action yet? What are you waiting for? That woman screamed out. Doing things like this, changing the situation of a great age, don't you think it will overturn endless time? What will happen to your bodies? What will happen to us? World Eradication Elder's face was serious as he asked. How could we bother with so much? We only know that if this person doesn't die, the effects are too great. The silver-haired man roared out in anger. The great halberd in his hands became increasingly resplendent. When World Eradication Elder heard this, his expression became ugly. He took action. Gray Emperor, Grand Emperor, and Feather Emperor were all like this as well. They were first shocked, and then their expressions sunk. Kill! Things were already like this. 7 great experts surrounded and attacked Sure Hao, wishing to subdue him forever, and then slowly whittle down at him until he was destroyed, turn him into a flame, make both his body and spirit perish. Ever since the creation of heaven and earth, this type of thing had never happened before. It was because in this world, so many half-immortal emperors had never appeared before. In addition, the 7 great creatures were surrounding a single person. This was just too crazy. What kind of powerful individual needed 7 great half-immortal emperors to surround and kill him together? However, reality was right before their eyes. Sure Hao fell into a desperate situation. This was something that had never happened before. A great scene of chaos was about to begin, one that exceeded everyone's imaginations. This was the most bitter world-ending battle. Sure Hao experienced the darkest day of his life. When facing the joint attack of 7 great half-immortal emperors, who could succeed? This scene of darkness, great chaos, affected too much, terrifying to a horrifying degree. There were actually experts from the future who were now involved. This was the greatest and most shocking event from the past until now. Sure Hao held on bitterly, suffering the most terrifying attacks from all sides. The only fortunate thing was that the 3 great experts' hands and legs were restricted, because there was still some rebound force that existed. You all go too far. Right at this time, there was someone who roared out from the lower reaches of the great river of time, their voice carrying endless rage and murderous intent, quickly rushing over. Dang! A great bell rang out. A person who had a great bell floating above his head, as if impervious to all methods, slaughtered his way over. He was clearly not the only one. There were other creatures who descended. The great bell was majestic, releasing chaotic energy. Every single time it shook, there would always be time ripples that extended. It scattered down millions and millions of strands of immortal radiance, wrapping around a tall and sturdy figure. This individual quickly arrived. Another figure struggled free from the great river of time. He arrived from the lower reaches, his figure carrying endless fighting intent, as well as unmatched cultivation. This was without a doubt another half-immortal emperor-level expert. And who are you? Grey Emperor shouted. My name is Without Beginning. The one who came shouted. He directly took action because he saw Huang, that legendary figure. He quickly rushed forward to provide aid. His objective was precisely the 3 who came from the future, wishing to stop them. Dang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. Even though the great river of time was precisely in the distance, he remained fearless, not afraid of being corroded. He directly took action, activating the power of time to sweep through the 3 individuals at the same time. Without beginning, these 2 words shook all of Realm C, raging through Immortal Domain's mountains and rivers. Immortal Domain's experts always paid attention to the great battle in Realm C. Just now, their hearts all went cold. Huang actually had to face 7 half-immortal emperors alone. Truly lamentable. There was actually no one who could provide him with aid. Not a single person who could fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He could only rely on himself. Meanwhile now, another expert finally appeared. He arrived so powerfully, stirring on bell waves and declaring his own name. Right now, Immortal Domain's experts, even if they were men of steel, their noses still felt a bit sore. There was finally someone else who came that could help Huang. Some young ladies immediately wept. They felt like Huang's experiences really were too bitter. He paid too much in this battle. Even his brothers died, his own son choosing to carry out a blood sacrifice. He was left alone on the battlefield, what he had to take on alone just too great. Now, there was finally a helper who fought at Huang's side. So how could they not feel shaken? There were some people whose eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. This battle had already continued for a long time. Many people's hearts were pushed up to their throats. They were scared and worried, fearing that Heavenly Emperor Huang would perish, die in Realm C. The people at Huang's side all died. If he himself also died, then this clan would be too lamentable. Dang! Without Beginning activated his weapon, facing that heaven-measuring ruler elder. The great bell rumbled, primal chaos erupting. The power of time was incomparable as it charged forward, wreaking chaos. At the same time, he faced the silver-haired man who held that great halberd. He wanted to take on more opponents, lighten Shao's burden. When he saw this age's heavenly Emperor Huang with his own eyes, Without Beginning's heart was also shaken. When he saw how this person fought 7 half-immortal emperors alone, thinking about how he lived in this period of the darkest age, he was deeply moved, his heart stirring powerfully. Without Beginning, you won't be able to stop us, that heaven-measuring ruler holding elder shouted. You all do not belong to this place, don't even belong to our time, but instead came from that sealed ancient passage. It's best if you return. Without Beginning shouted. With this shout, some clues were revealed. When he heard these words, Shao's eyes became resplendent, staring at them. Even World Eradication Elder's eyes erupted with brilliance. He was thinking to himself, making some associations. Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Gray Emperor were all shaken, a bit shocked. Was the future this terrifying and complicated? It seemed like there were smoke and flames of war they didn't understand. Dao friends, do not be distracted. We only need to kill Huang and then everything will be solved. Everything will become nothing. That woman from the future shouted. Her golden battle clothes fluttered about. They felt great restraining fear. When facing Shao, they couldn't display their full strength. They already set their resolutions to perish here, but this was on the premise that they could kill Shao. However, they didn't find that opportunity yet, so they were still waiting. They needed Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and others to fight a great battle against Heavenly Emperor Huang, and then they would deal the fatal blow at the most crucial moment. Eliminate this terrifying human clan expert. Kill! World Eradication Elder seemed to have realized something. He released a great roar, no longer as kind as he seemed before, no longer mentioning some similar type of people with Shao. His aura was world-shocking and terrifying, releasing surging black clouds. This was the most basic darkness force, making even the ocean floor of Realm Sea burst. At the same time, the dam became unstable. One could imagine how strong he was. Shao entered a dangerous situation. 7 great experts surrounded him, their main goal to end his life. Dang! Without Beginning's bell sounded. Heaven and earth split apart, the power of time spreading, surrounding all creatures. Pooh! However, he himself also coughed out a mouthful of blood. Because what he was facing wasn't a creature from his age, he was suffering backlash. You don't need to take action against them. I will deal with them, Shao said to Without Beginning, telling him to not touch Feather Emperor, Gray Emperor, Grand Emperor or World Eradication Elder. He was going to face these experts himself, because if he who didn't belong to this world tried to forcefully interfere, Without Beginning would suffer serious damage. Kill him first, that woman in the golden battle clothes shouted, decisively teaming up with the other 2 to suppress and kill Without Beginning. Even though they weren't creatures of the same world, they came from the same age, so they met each other before, they also fought before. They could fight intensely against each other without being affected by the great river of time's great karma. Kill! The silver-haired man released a loud shout. He held the great halberd in hand, bringing it hacking down towards Without Beginning. He was powerful beyond comparison. A wave of imperial presence surged, his hair like silver waterfalls, cutting open Realm Sea. You all should cease your insolence. Right at this time, in the great river of time, multicolored light flickered about, 9-colored immortal gold aura spread. A great cauldron appeared, at the same time releasing all life source energy. Above the cauldron was a man whose figure was tall and heroic. His brows were pointed upwards, his gaze sharp like cold lightning. He brandished his emperor fist, slaughtering his way over. Dang! The great cauldron above his head shook, striking that great halberd, releasing dazzling radiance. Symbols swirled about. Then, he barehandedly tapped against that heaven-measuring ruler, sending it flying. One could see just how world-shocking this divine force was. However, after arriving here, his figure became a bit blurry, wrapped around by the power of time, becoming increasingly indistinct. And you share tremendous karma with someone here, resulting in this type of scene. By appearing at the same time, your body was covered by the power of time. The golden-clothed woman said. Her dress fluttered about. Mixed within the fluttering noises were metal clanking noises. Her battle clothes were actually woven out of immortal gold strands. Kill! The male with the great cauldron floating above him shouted. He attacked fiercely, a fist smashing towards that woman's body. The woman's expression suddenly changed. She was fully aware about this person's fist imprint. In the past, she had suffered greatly because of it, so she didn't dare face it head-on at this time, instead activating her own magical artifact. A heavenly halberd appeared. She was a woman, yet she actually held this type of weapon. It rippled with endless killing power. With a dang noise, the one who came struck down against the heavenly halberd, his fist imprint remaining undamaged. Dang dang dang. At this time, without beginning took action. He was no longer facing 3 people alone. After his hands were freed up a bit, he stirred on the great bell, suppressing forward. The sound waves his great bell released made that heaven-measuring ruler elder stagger, almost fall. Regardless, we must kill Huang today. Do not give him a chance. We have long set the resolution to give up our lives, so we must obtain a result. The woman dressed in golden battle clothes roared. Her appearance was rather fine, but now, she seemed a bit sinister because she really was becoming nervous. She struggled free from that battlefield, wishing to assist Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor, Gray Emperor and the others. In her opinion, there was nothing more important than killing Huang. It was related to the most important events in the future. Huang! The great river of time surged, great waves striking the heavens. A woman appeared, her white clothes purer than snow, black hair dancing about. Her appearance was exceptional, her style unmatched, as if walking on ripples. Right now, she took action, attacking the golden-robed woman. No one can go against time. All those who stir up havoc will find their efforts futile. If you don't belong to this time-space, you will never be able to change anything. The white-clothed woman's style was exceptional. While she said these things, her white hand was raised upwards. Immortal radiance shone resplendently, striking down on that heavenly halberd, directly cutting off the golden battle-clothed woman. What she said was the truth. Those who dared go against the great river of time all died in the end. If it involved some small cultivators and ordinary people, but didn't affect the past and present, not getting involved in any important affairs, perhaps after one paid a sufficient price themselves, it would be fine. You all are still not enough to face Heavenly Emperor Huang. In the end, all of it will be for naught, the white-clothed woman said decisively. In the distance, Shi Hao's expression was intimidating. He looked in this direction, seeing that familiar great cauldron, that white-clothed woman, his heart surging with emotions. In the past, he had seen that white-clothed woman more than once. That was a person who belonged to a different age. Things already developed like this. The most intense great battle erupted. These half-immortal emperors fought a bloody battle in Realm C. This battle continued until the heavens and earths were shaken, until ghosts wept and deities howled. For 2 whole days, Realm C surged. Their great battle continued. It was just too intense. Who? The first to decide victory and defeat were the white-clothed woman and the golden-clothed woman. While the two faced each other, with a raise of the white-clothed woman's hand, immortal radiance surged, wondrous techniques endless. Her snow-white palm formed a magical imprint, blasting her opponent flying, blood flying out from her mouth. She was always just this stunning and unrivaled. This white-clothed empress was always this domineering even in her rise to power. She swept through the golden-clothed woman, blasting her until she continuously coughed out blood. The golden-dressed woman's cultivation was indeed extremely terrifying, but her combat sense was inferior to the white-clothed half-immortal emperor. Kill! Even if we have to carry out a blood sacrifice here, we still have to kill Huang. The hair of the woman dressed in golden long robes scattered about to risk her life out of desperation. She wanted to use extreme methods and then surround and kill Shi Hao together with everyone else. Seeing how you all are in this much of a rush to kill Heavenly Emperor Huang, I no longer feel that the future is gray. It seems like it isn't without hope. The white-clothed empress said. Indeed. The one with the great cauldron floating above his head also nodded. He was incredibly valiant, now slaughtering forward. He faced the great halberd-wielding man, continuously dealing serious blows, blasting him until he was greatly shaken, the space between his fingers even splitting. Dang! On the other side, without beginning's bell shook, striking the heaven-measuring ruler-wielding elder until his hair and beard fell off. His appearance became aged, suffering the corrosion of the great Tao of time. He almost lost his grip on the heaven-measuring ruler. The future presumably still has an opportunity of life, no longer leaving one in complete despair. Without beginning said. These words left Xianxia greatly shaken. Even half-immortal emperors were almost in complete despair. Just what exactly was going to happen in the future? Just how many terrifying enemies would appear? He thought of Chao Yuxing, who previously warned him, uncovered a corner of the future. It seemed to be extremely terrifying. However, there were people who came to kill him right now, so it was a bit strange. The most terrifying battle right now was obviously at Xianxia's side. He was facing 4 emperors alone, the pressure he suffered too great. His entire body was covered in blood, but he also became more and more ferocious. Even if we have to stir on great karma, offer ourselves in blood sacrifice, perish here, we have to kill Huang. At this time, the silver-haired man who held the great halberd, the elder who grasped the heaven-measuring ruler, and the golden-clothed, heavenly halberd-wielding woman all began to go all out. They struggled free from their opponent's obstruction, rushing into the heavens. They stood together, not hesitating to burn their most precious heart essence blood, wishing to carry out a type of forbidden method to surround and kill Huang. Hong! Without beginning, white-clothed empress and the man with the great cauldron floating above him all rushed into the heavens, turning into 3 streaks of immortal rainbows, dazzling beyond comparison. They tangled about the 3 great experts, stopping them. An even more intense great battle erupted. Even the great river of time was stirring, not calm at all, as if it was going to change trajectories. You all are carried away by your wishful thinking. How can the river of time be altered? No one can alter the great events that take place in other areas of time-space. The man with the great cauldron floating above his head shouted. He took action powerfully, wishing to suppress the enemy. Where Xianxia was, for great experts surrounded and attacked him, making his expression become increasingly cold. He was about to attack powerfully, go all out against these half-immortal emperors. It was time for them to fall. Even though Xianxia's entire body was covered in blood, his injuries serious, he was still surging with killing intent. Under the joint attacks of 4 great emperors, being able to live was already a miracle. Comparatively speaking, World Eradication Elder's body also had injuries, but they couldn't be considered much at all, extremely light. His entire body shone, and then all of these injuries were completely recovered from. Meanwhile, on Xianxia's body, those cracks were simply about to rip open. He was a half-immortal emperor, but he had to face 4 great experts at the same time, so he was still in danger. Huang, you are dead for sure. Feather Emperor roared out. He felt like he could get rid of Huang today. This newcomer really was a bit too frightening. World Eradication Elder's expression was serious. He didn't feel any joy over this. Xianxia was just like how he was in the beginning of this great battle, resolute and cold, his confidence never wavering. This was especially the case now when his killing intent surged. Even though he was bloodstained, he still had an appearance of wishing to suppress and kill all enemies. Oh! He released a great roar, his entire body surging with blood energy. The law pool floated above his head. In his hand an immortal sword core that swept out, the penetrating sword radiance cutting through eternity. And, right at this moment, Grey Emperor's expression paled, sensing that things were really bad. He felt a bit powerless, a bit weak. Pooh! Under the thousands of streaks of sword radiance, he was the only one who couldn't evade. His head was removed by Xianxia, his neck looking like a bloody mouth. He staggered backwards, his hands clutching his neck, face filled with shock. You? Grey Emperor spat out blood from his mouth, his pupils rapidly contracting. He was greatly shaken inwardly, because his head was almost hacked off. Kill! Hao's hair was disheveled. His injuries were much more serious than those of the 4 great half-immortal emperors, but now, he looked like a war god, powerful to the extreme, unstoppable. Kill him! Grand Emperor shouted. The 4 great experts took action at the same time. Waves surged in Realm Sea, turning into smoke and clouds, continuously being destroyed. Realm creation and realm eradication, when individuals of their level fought, all of this happened in an instant. Primal chaos wreaked havoc. Immortal energy surged. Sword radiance turned into the everlasting, releasing a sky-gathering earth-encompassing net. Light mist was hazy here, forming an expanse of brilliance, but it was also incredibly terrifying. Pooh! This time, Grand Emperor suffered a serious blow. His pupils rapidly contracted, quickly withdrawing. The space between his brows was cut open, dripping with blood, that primordial spirit even cut apart. If not for him being a half-immortal emperor, he would have definitely died under that sword core. Why has my body become weak? At this time, Grey Emperor also spoke out. This wasn't something unexpected, but rather their magical force drying up, body becoming incredibly weary. It wasn't him alone that experienced this type of thing. Senior, what is going on? Grey Emperor looked towards World Eradication Elder. Feather Emperor's expression also changed. He also noticed that his body was gradually becoming powerless. Feather Emperor wasn't that polite. He suddenly turned around to look at World Eradication Elder. Old thing, your half-immortal Emperor pill could only momentarily recover vitality? At this time, Grey Emperor, Grand Emperor and Feather Emperor were no longer at their peak states. Grey Emperor was the first one to become weak, while Feather Emperor only began to weaken towards the end. Hao's expression was cold, continuing to slaughter his way forward. Just now, he was the first to realize that there was a declining aura emitted from the 3 individuals' bodies. Later on, he saw World Eradication Elder frown, so he immediately deduced that the 3 emperors were weakening. Your injuries were too serious, your foundations have injuries. Where in this world could one find any half-immortal emperor medicines that could instantly make you all recover? That was just a dose of stimulant, allowing for temporary recovery. If you want to heal completely, you need time. World Eradication Elder said. Feather Emperor was furious, a pair of wings moving about, making heaven and earth split. Light poured down like rain, simply about to cut apart Realm Sea. He had no choice but to back up and avoid Hao's attacks. It was as if they returned to back then when their blood essence was about to dry up, difficult for them to display their greatest fighting strength. Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor's expressions changed. They quickly backed up, trying to avoid that domineering and unmatched Huang. Even though his body was covered in cracks, the wounds deep to the point of bones being visible. For them, this was a fierce tiger, a war god. This is a decisive battle between me and you. Hao pressed forward. He targeted World Eradication Elder. As long as he was dealt with, the other 3 experts would not be an issue. His vitality had previously withered up as well, but unlike the 3 great experts who used half-immortal pills to recover, he underwent a transformation. Even if he took on heavy injuries that were hard to heal from, he still possessed surging, terrifying strength. At this time, Hao overlooked the 3 great immortal emperors, making them feel a type of humiliation. He walked past them just like that, treating them like clay sculptures. Roar! The 3 of them released low roars and then turned around, wishing to leave. Just because I am not attacking you all right now, it doesn't mean I am letting you all go. With a Hong noise, Hao erupted with immeasurable divine might. 3 waves of clear energy rushed out from his chest, turning into his appearance, attacking the 3 great experts. He still couldn't display the embodiment transformation great method. There seemed to be some repercussions after he detonated that true body that year. However, the war bodies that were transformed from his aura, when they faced the 3 declined half-immortal emperors, they also fought fiercely. You dare look down on us? Grand Emperor said coldly. How could Hao tend to these things? He fought against the World Eradication Elder, slaughtering out with true flames, carrying out the final great decisive battle, wishing to kill this person. 2 days already passed when they fought like this. The creatures from the future and present were all still here, the great battle shocking heaven and earth, shaking the past, present and future. When they slaughtered up to this point, Hao and World Eradication Elders' bodies were all damaged, both of them falling from that miraculous realm. It was because that so-called transformation, the powerful and complete body, couldn't be maintained for a long period of time. Hao understood that if he truly wanted to completely enter the Immortal Emperor realm, it would indeed be extremely dangerous, this path dangerous to the point of despair. Right now, they were fighting with the power of half-Immortal Emperor level methods, just like before when Hao fought with Feather Emperor and the others. The two were both covered in blood, their magical force surging, primal chaos erupting. They fought until blood splashed in all directions, until they went completely crazy. Yahoo! Right at this time, World Eradication Elder released a roar. He revealed a giant wolf head, the scarlet red hair extremely thick. On his head was a pair of giant horns that looked incredibly ferocious. It opened its bloody mouth, biting at Hao. Under this bite, even Realm C was annihilated, even the stars in the heavens falling into that mouth. It was too terrifying. This was countless times more terrifying than the Taotai divine ability. It truly devoured the heavens and swallowed the earth, refined all things. The giant divine wolf head opened its bloody mouth, wishing to devour everything nearby in one bite. It released dark light, refining all tangible matter. Hao activated his law pool. With a dang noise, it rushed forward, stopping this abrupt change. The pair of giant black horns on World Eradication Elder's red wolf head shone, smashing into that law pool, making time and space here collapse. Realm C dry up. Oh! This vicious might was world-shocking. At their cultivation level, they could normally always retain their humanoid appearance. Only rarely would they reveal their true body. They wouldn't go as crazy as World Eradication Elder. Roar! A great roar resounded through Realm C, shaking up the past, present and future. In the sea, there were fallen kings who broke apart inch by inch under the sound waves. Then they exploded to pieces. The waves that surged from Realm C washed the sky dome clean. At the same time, behind World Eradication Elder's wolf body, 9 tails suddenly surged, thrashing towards Hao. They were like giant snakes, wishing to tear apart the starry cosmos. Hao rapidly backed up. He sucked in a cold breath of air. What 9 giant snakes? Those were 9 true dragons, pitch black like ink. The dragon heads were sinister, their fierce teeth terrifying when they opened their giant mouths. World Eradication Elder revealed his entire true body. There were actually dragon heads at the end of the 9 tails. Hao knew what kind of race this was. 9 netherworlds AO. This was one of the vicious 10, its reputation renowned under heaven. This was an elder who had lived for who knew how many great eras. Its original body was actually a 9 netherworlds AO. Definitely an ancestral level existence of this clan. His descendants were within the 9 heavens, 10 earths and immortal domain, yet he was the monarch at the other end of Realm C. In the distance, some battles came to an end. The white-clothed woman's style was extraordinary, decisive and fierce when she took action, like an immortal empress from beyond the heavens. She was unstoppable, the first to completely overwhelm that golden-clothed woman, blasting her body until it split into pieces. She only relied on her soft and fine snow-white hands. Her palm strength was tremendous. She released immortal ascension light, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth, making even the distant Hao's expression change. Hong Long, the white-clothed female half-immortal emperor, rushed through the sky, chasing after the golden battle-clothed woman, continuously dealing serious blows, displaying unmatched magical imprints, pressing forward. Pooh! When her sparkling palm descended, that woman was blasted into pieces and then she exploded, blossoming in Realm C, her blood and bones flying in all directions. What was a pity was that it was extremely difficult for half-immortal emperors to die. A primordial spirit flame screamed fiercely, wrapping around the smashed bones and flesh, rushing towards the great river of time, fleeing in panic. Their battle continued for 2 days and 2 nights, yet it was the first battle to end. Roar! In the distance, that silver-haired man roared out, a bit worried, a bit upset. However, his current situation was also quite bad, seriously injured by the one with the great cauldron floating above his head. Die! Below the great cauldron, that man's figure was hazy and indistinct, but his aura was definitely not weak, instead overflowing into the heavens. He was like an unmatched overlord from before the heavens were forged, his power oppressing all realms under the heavens. Hong! His arms moved, brushing aside the Emperor Fist, continuing to attack, destroying everything in his path, nothing he couldn't smash through. After fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, that silver-haired man's arms were covered in blood, the space between his fingers splitting apart. The hand that held the great halberd was even contorting. He suffered serious blows, his entire body shaking intensely. This battle was also close to an end. When the great cauldron descended, it suppressed down on that great halberd. Meanwhile, the fists of the owner of the cauldron erupted with golden light, sturdy and imperishable. They shattered the everlasting, displaying unmatched loftiness. A fist smashed over, passing through that silver-haired man's chest. Then, with a fierce shake, his body broke apart into pieces. Pooh! Blood scattered over realm sea. Hong Long, the owner of the great cauldron, brandished his fist imprint, passing by that silver-haired man's ruined body just like that. Then, his entire body also passed by the side of the bloody mist. He continuously smashed out magical imprints, suppressing the primordial spirit light. The silver-haired man's primordial spirit light wrapped around his blood and bones, wishing to escape back to the long river of time. However, the owner of the great cauldron chased after him. That cauldron was too massive. The opening shone, sucking in the primordial spirit light and all of the blood and bones. You dare! The silver-haired man roared out, struggling with everything he had. If he really was suppressed in that cauldron, even if half-immortal emperors were imperishable throughout endless ages, he would still most likely be slowly refined away. Why wouldn't I dare? The master of the cauldron said coldly. Today, I am going to suppress and kill you. Hong Long. The great cauldron shone, 9-colored immortal energy pervading the air. There was also all life source energy that surged, sucking away the primordial spirit light, blood and bones. Kill! The silver-haired man, as an unrivaled half-immortal emperor, when had he ever experienced this type of humiliation before? He struggled intensely, wishing to charge out. However, his ending was extremely pitiful. The white-clothed empress descended from above, her style unmatched. Her white hand was raised and then a palm smashed down with a Hong noise. Pooh! His primordial spirit light was scattered. His blood, bones, and other things all flew into the cauldron. His soul flame flared, wishing to recombine, but he still failed in the end. The white-clothed female half-immortal emperor blocked in front. Another palm struck out, scattering the primordial spirit light again for the second time. It was powerful beyond compare, directly smashing him into the cauldron. Collect! At this time, the great cauldron swayed. Even though the body of the owner of the cauldron was a bit indistinct, his expression was brilliant like electrical radiance, releasing resplendent brilliance. Following a light shout, he was completely sucked in, starting to be refined. In the distance, the heaven-measuring ruler holding Elder was horrified. He also suffered serious injuries, attacked by without beginning until his entire body split apart, almost exploding to death several times. Now, he didn't have any will to continue fighting, zealously left, directly turning around and running away. It was because he was scared of being left behind. Dang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, flying over. It smashed into his back, blasting his lower body to the point of exploding. Only the upper half of his body entered the long river of time. Pong! The white-clothed woman added a palm, her white hands incomparable. Even from millions and millions of li away, the upper half of his body still exploded. However, it was a bit lamentable. It was already too late to stop him. This elder's primordial spirit carried the heaven-measuring ruler, fleeing. This was a world-shocking battle. The experts from the future decided victory and defeat, and there was even a half-immortal emperor who was subdued. One could imagine that he definitely wouldn't meet a good ending. With 3 great half-immortal emperors taking action at the same time, he was definitely going to be erased from existence. At this time, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Gray Emperor's expressions all changed, feeling endless restraining fear towards those 3. These 3 experts were just too terrifying. They were trying to kill an emperor. Fortunately, those 3 experts came from the future, so they likely wouldn't rashly take action against them. In the distance, even World Eradication Elder was shocked, his pupils rapidly contracting. He could feel how terrifying the future world was. There were actually 3 stunning experts who appeared at the same time. Roar! However, he didn't let himself get distracted at all. His battle with Huang reached the climax. Kill! Shao's eyes turned into blades, becoming incredibly intimidating. He displayed world-shocking divine abilities, trying to suppress this 9 netherworlds AO. Pooh! Right at this moment, his shining palm surged with dazzling golden radiance. Then, he continuously seized the tails of the 9 netherworlds AO, fiercely tearing at them. The 9 netherworlds AO roared out. A large half of its magical force was concentrated in these 9 tails. Now its roar shook the heavens. Pooh! Blood rushed into the sky, rushing 30,000 feet. Xiao tore off a few tails and then he fiercely smashed out a fist imprint, blasting the 9 netherworlds AO until its body split apart. World Eradication Elder howled in pain. He quickly moved sideways. 6 of his 9 tails were broken off, his back also badly damaged, already about to break apart. Right now, he already returned to human form. He stood in Realm C, darkness mist spreading all around him. His eyes were ice-cold as he looked at Xiao. He was actually defeated. In the distance, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Gray Emperor were all alarmed. Even World Eradication Elder was defeated. This was truly a frightening thing. No wonder Huang could fight against the 3 of them for so long. World Eradication Elder's body was dripping with blood, his entire body trembling. This wasn't from pain, but rather a wave of killing intent that was spreading. This meant that his current mood wasn't calm at all. He slowly raised his head, forming a vicious claw, pointing it towards Xiao. 9 netherworlds World Eradication. Following a great roar, waves of black mist surged from behind World Eradication Elder's back. He himself surged with dark light, forming a magical projection. This was his true form, right now towering over the boundless realm sea. It was massive beyond comparison. With a honglong noise, there was a black figure that took form. It had the appearance of a 9 netherworlds AO, massive beyond comparison, now slaughtering in Xiao's direction. World Eradication Elder's body flowed with dark light, merging with that magical projection, becoming one with that magical body. World Eradication aura erupted, making the universe collapse, ruined worlds turning into scattered ashes. Realm C was made from who knew how many ruined worlds, but now, they all collapsed, everything breaking apart. He displayed his most powerful attack. Ho! A giant beast roared out, its great claws terrifying and sinister, covering the world as it descended. Of course, the most shocking thing was that behind him, 9 divine chains of order pierced through the universe, stabbing through Realm C, absorbing the world's source power. They then swept towards Xiao. This was a world-shocking great battle. In the final battle, the 9 netherworlds AO went all out. How could Xiao remain unconcerned? He already moved, his body erupting with endless radiance. Right now, even though his body had scars, it was still brilliant, his entire body dazzling, releasing the most powerful aura. At this moment, the great battle already entered the most crucial point, so how could he remain aloof? All types of techniques appeared in his mind, his vital energy becoming extremely concentrated. They turned into flames, rushing out from his body like sacred light. Hong! A sky-shocking strike erupted. The two collided. Pong! Shuhao's chest was blasted through, covered in blood. However, that beast claw was clasped in place by his body, and then forcibly broken. Beast roar noises sounded, shaking endless ages. The sound waves didn't only sound in the present world. They drifted about the great river of time. This terrifying noise sounded in many different areas of spacetime. Many people thought that it was the heavens that was roaring in anger. Pooh! With this final blow, World Eradication Elder's magical projection was blasted through by Shuhao, and then he exploded. His true body was even smashed to pieces by Shuhao and then exploded. World Eradication Elder suffered disaster, his primordial spirit wishing to escape. Shuhao's body shifted sideways. He held the law pool in hand, stopping him, wishing to collect him inside. Younger generation. His primordial spirit was in the shape of the 9 netherworlds AO. Right now, it roared, fiery light surrounding its body, wrapping around its essence blood and crushed bones, glaring at him. He had never suffered a defeat before, even Grey Emperor and Grand Emperor showing him great respect, treating him as a senior. However, now he landed in this type of state, his life force declining. Dong! Shuhao displayed an unmatched sword art, stirring on his immortal sword, hacking open this primordial spirit, cutting off his path ahead. World Eradication Elder couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He was locked onto by Shuhao. The law pool shook and then it suppressed forward fiercely. Great Tao symbols interweaved in the pool, forming lightning radiance and murderous energy, tangling about there. Kill! The 9 netherworlds AO released a final roar, struggling with everything it had, wishing to break out. It was a pity he lost the chance to leave. With a turn of Shuhao's hand, his palm and fingers formed a golden magical imprint. It smashed onto that sky-reaching primordial spirit light, directly making it collapse. With a wung sound, the law pool trembled. Auspicious brilliance was released in millions and millions of strands, shining outwards. Then, the shattered primordial spirit light in the sky was completely restricted, collected into the law pool. The insufferably arrogant 9 netherworlds AO ancestor, World Eradication Elder, was suppressed just like that. Roar! After entering the law pool, he was suppressed. His essence was continuously absorbed by this pool, being refined instead. Even though it was hard for a half-immortal emperor to die, needing an endless amount of time to grind away at, now that World Eradication Elder entered the pool, it was already hard for him to escape disaster. In the distance, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor's expressions were extremely unpleasant. They were on the same side, yet they saw their senior, the first to become a half-emperor, become suppressed just like this. The 3 individuals all felt like the situation wasn't good at all. Right now, they were stopped by the 3 figures made from clear energy, unable to escape at all. Meanwhile now, their conditions were extremely terrible, blood essence about to completely flow out. After fighting intensely for so many years, fighting with Shuhao up to this step, their energies were already about to completely run dry. They didn't experience a transformation like Shuhao. Now, when they faced him again, that balance was broken. In the past, the 3 of them were in an extremely shocking and strange balance, neither side able to do much to the other. They fought through endless time. I cannot accept this, Grey Emperor roared out. Now they entered a dangerous situation. If they recovered, they didn't fear any creature. But when faced with the current Huang whose blood energy was surging, it was definitely going to be a great disaster. Pooh! Towards someone like him, Shuhao didn't feel any hesitation. He held the immortal sword in hand, its brilliance dazzling. A sword hacked out and then a head rushed out, carrying frigid radiance. Ah! Grey Emperor roared out. He was extremely unwilling. If not for his blood essence being extinguished, his magical force dried up. In a state where he was about to wither away, he believed he could still fight. Even if he wasn't Huang's match, it would still be better than right now. His current situation really left him too sullen. A glorious half-immortal emperor was actually beheaded. Chi! Another streak of sword light rushed past, hacking open his head, cutting through his primordial spirit, making Grey Emperor shocked and furious. But there was nothing he could do. The law pool was brilliant. Streak after streak of chains of order extended outwards, locking up Grey Emperor, dragging him inside, suppressing him. Then, without any suspense, Grand Emperor and Feather Emperor both fought bitterly to the end, not willing to resign themselves to their fate. However, how could they block the tyrannical Huang who was overflowing with killing intent? Pong! Grand Emperor was smashed through by Shi Hao's fist and then his body exploded. With a pong noise, Shi Hao grabbed Grand Emperor's head, also sealing his primordial spirit in the law pool. Feather Emperor was like a trapped beast. He was extremely powerful, daring to even treat World Eradication Elder with disrespect. Right now, he obviously wasn't willing to become a prisoner, fighting bloodily to the end. With a pu noise, a pair of large hands seized him, directly tearing off his pair of ancient divine wings. Then, he was directly ripped apart, having his primordial spirit suppressed. This scene left everyone in Immortal Domain deeply shocked. Some personally witnessed it, some saw it through a formation, seeing the final battle situation here. Heavenly Emperor Huang. A moment later, cheers sounded. Many people cried out the name Heavenly Emperor Huang. They knew that a great crisis had been eliminated. Huang alone suppressed 4 great experts, sealed them in his law pool. They couldn't cause any chaos ever again. However, things still hadn't ended. Shi Hao took a step out, ascending the dam. Then his large hand waved out. Many darkness creatures instantly exploded, turning into blasts of bloody mist. That day, Huang unleashed a great massacre. He took action, covering many darkness creatures. A large hand stretched across the universe. Guidance ancient palaces falling one after another, turned into powder. At the same time, those fallen kings and darkness creatures were killed one after another, turned into blood and bone. Immortal Domain was in ruins after this battle. Even after many days passed, Immortal Domain still wasn't peaceful. There were scenes of ruin everywhere. Shi Hao took action. He slaughtered all of the fallen kings, darkness creatures' leaders and others. Some extremely powerful creatures were personally cut down by him, unable to escape. The enemies were purged, but Immortal Domain was still desolate. Weeping sounds could be heard from time to time. It was because there were just too many creatures who perished, incredibly tragic. There were some clans that were wiped out forever, never to be seen again in this world. Shi Hao gazed out. There weren't many immortal kings left in all of Immortal Domain, almost all of them perishing, true immortals also weakened, becoming pitifully few. Only many days later did the various lands gradually recover life force. After all, the darkness corrosion was defeated and the great threat at the other end of Realm C was also extinguished. The various great cities began to celebrate. The grieving atmosphere was swept clean. Heavenly Emperor Huang. The various clans were all chanting his name. This time they were all extremely pious and sincere. Without Huang, the darkness great chaos would have finished Immortal Domain. Only the current Huang was in great pain. Those who he knew had pretty much all perished. As for those of the same generation, just how many of them were left? Bird Grandpa was killed in battle. Coin Elder's immortal body was in pieces, his primordial spirit killed. The restricted region lord, Crystal Skull and others had scattered with the wind. Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan, exiled immortal, Dugu Yun, Princess Yao Yu, they would never appear in this world again. He couldn't see them again in this life. How could Shi Hao not feel grief? His old friends had pretty much all left. That day, sounds of grieving began to echo across a new expanse of graves. Shi Hao was howling in pain. Qin Hao and Shi Yi offered themselves in blood sacrifice, already dead. Apart from this, even his own son was buried in Imperial Court's remains. After that battle, he felt incomparable sorrow. He had never felt such loneliness. Those people all died, his only child also withered away. He felt a type of heartrending pain. His hair was disheveled, his head raised towards the sky. He really couldn't take it. His heart felt bitter and sore, and then there was a powerful feeling of pain. Those people were all gone. The world was vast and boundless. But he was disappointed, frustrated and suffering. Their grudge has already been repaid. At Xianxia's side were a few dozen old soldiers. These survivors were saved by the butcher and the others. If there is reincarnation, they will definitely return. The old soldiers were all in endless grief, their bodies carrying wounds, covered in blood. They didn't remove their damaged battle armors. Their eyes carried turbid old tears as they stood there, keeping Xianxia company. In the distance, the three great experts silently watched everything. Is there reincarnation? Is there or not? Xianxia roared out. His gaze was extremely terrifying, his hair incredibly chaotic. Right now, he was already greatly changed. After this battle, half his hair became snow white. The surviving experts of all clans came to pay their respects. When they saw his appearance, they were greatly shaken. Then, Xianxia stared into Realm C, gazing into its limits. He still had to pay that final destination a visit. What was in that place? He stared in that direction. The ultimate ancient land seemed to have a mysterious power calling towards him, wishing to guide him over. Xianxia's expression was grave, becoming more and more solemn. However, he didn't move. His body was quiet, as if petrified, standing tall there. He wanted to leave, but he also wanted to get rid of some hidden dangers before heading on his way. For example, the four great experts' primordial spirits had to be refined. If an accident happened that allowed them to get away, then it would be a huge disaster. As for what exactly lied in the ultimate ancient land, he didn't know either. Perhaps he could start his investigation from Feather Emperor and the others. This place was extremely bleak. It was Imperial Court's remains, already uninhabited for many tens of thousands of years. There were only some great graves here, some that stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years and some that were erected not too long ago. Wormwood, withered vines, and old soldiers who remained close. Xianxia released a sigh. His white hair scattered down, his heart already experienced great changes. When he turned around and looked at his life trajectory, many people and things had already left forever, never to be seen again. Back then, he was still a youngster who roasted vicious beasts with his old friends like Fatty Chow, Chong Gongyen, and that lunar jade rabbit who never grew up. The events filled with laughter and grief always left him reminiscent and deeply hurt. Those people were replaced by these yellow earth tombs one after the next. There were some who were sealed in divine origin liquid by him, not allowed to appear in the world, but in the end, they still undid their seals one after another, cultivating until today and then participated in the battle. For example, Chong Gongyen, his child the new little stone, the 800 old soldiers and others. A bonfire burned. Xianxia sat in front of these great tombs, feeling sentimental and grieved alone. Even though he was a half-immortal emperor, there were some emotions that could never be erased. The old soldiers didn't walk up to disturb him, only silently cleaning up the distant ruins. The only thing remaining behind from the past few hundreds of thousands of years were broken walls and ruined debris. However, legends of Imperial Court's great name still existed in the world. During this period, Huang's slaughter represented a one-manned Imperial Court. He slaughtered his way into Realm C alone, and then later on even more so returned with great victory in hand. All of this was also forced because of the circumstances. In the past, he was worried that Imperial Court's troops would suffer disaster, head into destruction just like history's Imperial Courts. That was why he would rather just take on all of the karma alone. In front of Xianxia was a rock, dull and lightless. This was the divine striking stone. Its body and spirit were almost extinguished. This was the final piece of its ruined body that he found. There was a strand of primordial spirit flame within. Now Xianxia personally nurtured it. He was a half-immortal emperor, so even if it was injured to this extent, he could still make the divine striking stone revive. Apart from this, there was a golden butterfly whose wings were torn off, lying on Xianxia's shoulder in a sluggish manner. It was precisely the emperor butterfly. It was also in ruins, its primordial spirit in pieces. Xianxia was also helping it adjust its soul. Those old friends of his from the past, just how many of them were left? Even the two at his side were already like this. In front of Xianxia was a law pool. Right now, there was fiery light jumping about, the flames of half-immortal emperors. These 4 experts were currently being ruthlessly refined within Chang. At the same time, there was an immortal sword that released blinding light, entering the pool, tangling about the primordial spirits of the 4 great experts, assisting in the refinement. Later generation, today, you are killing us for half-immortal emperors, but in the future, you will die as well, Grand Emperor said. He was proficient in derivations, grasped the fate of the world, seeing a corner of the future. One had to understand that at this level, half-immortal emperors couldn't be investigated at all, impossible to see through. It was just like how in the great river of time, if one sought out the past, present and future of a half-immortal emperor, this was just too hard. There was no way. For example, the white-clothed empress had previously traveled through endless time, entering the great river of time many times. She possessed special methods, grasped the true blood left behind by heavenly Emperor Huang, and only then could they meet a few times. This time, the reason why those from the future came was completely because Huang, World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor and the others' battles were too intense, the terrifying aura shaking up the great river of time. Half-immortal emperors themselves shrouded heaven's fate. Regardless of whether it was his past, present or after he died, there would be mist that was difficult for one to see through. Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor were both screaming out. They endured too much suffering. Their primordial spirit lights were hacked apart by that immortal sword and then melted down by the law pool. They could feel their bodies breaking down again and again. A single year or 2 might not be enough, unable to even kill them. However, they couldn't resist endless time. Huang had more than enough time. As they were continuously refined over the years, they were still going to die in the end, their primordial spirits breaking apart, their body and Tao perishing. What does the ultimate ancient land carry? Shihao asked. Feather Emperor and Grand Emperor remained cold, not saying a word, not willing to respond to this question. Shihao sat in front of the new graves, looked at his son's tomb. A vicious glint flickered past his eyes. He fiercely activated the immortal sword and Tao flames, carrying out an interrogation on their souls. He felt anger, resentment, and sadness. Shihao began to refine the 4 great experts over Imperial Court's ruins. We are half-immortal emperors. Even if we die, we cannot be insulted. World Eradication Elder said coldly. Sure. I'll let all of you leave without too much disgrace. Scatter your own imprints. Shihao coldly replied. The ultimate ancient land has an opportunity for becoming an immortal emperor. World Eradication Elder told him. At the same time, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor also revealed strange expressions. They yearned for this, also carrying regrets. But in the end, they all became silent. How could they scatter their own imprints? They cultivated to this level, so all of their wills were incredibly firm, even sturdier than immortal gold. As long as there was even a trace of hope, they wouldn't choose death. Towards this, Shihao didn't treat them with any politeness. He was extremely cold and ruthless, each day activating his half-immortal emperor flames to refine them. Not far out, 3 experts were wrapped within hazy light, quietly watching everything. Then they disappeared, heading towards Realm Sea's dam. These were the white-clothed female empress, without beginning and the existence with the great cauldron floating above his head. The 3 great experts still didn't leave. They wished to converse with Shihao, but the amount of karma that was involved was too great. In the end, they didn't try to defy the heavens. If it was just some useless words, then there was no need at all. However, once it went deeper, it would be too shocking, affecting the stability of the great river of time. Time continued, over 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Shihao refined the 4 half-immortal emperors, not going anywhere during this time, personally watching over them here. The dozens of old soldiers who remained were loyal and devoted, staying with him, repairing these ruins. The heavenly horned ant survived and the crimson dragon was half ruined, but also still here. They came to see him from time to time. During these years, Shihao continuously derived the past, stared into the river of time. He wasn't there when some of his old friends perished. Now, when he looked into the past, peering into the past scenes through great magical force, he felt a bit disappointed and frustrated, feeling even greater regret, as well as a type of great pain inside. He saw the lightning spirit that was like a giant dragon, warping and weaving through the world, but it was ripped apart by a fallen king in the end, its blood dyeing the sky dome. He saw Mu Qing being smashed to pieces, his primordial spirit extinguished. The only fortunate thing was that a ruined body remained behind, sealed by Shi Hao here. Mu Qing, you followed me for so long. If I become an immortal emperor, I will definitely shatter space-time and revive you, Shi Hao said to himself. He watched as exiled immortal was swept through by a group of kings. That aloof and transcendent immortal figure was completely eradicated, turned into blood and a rain of light. He also saw the lunar jade rabbit and witch. Their primordial spirits were all scattered, only some imprints left behind. Now he was nurturing them in 2 jade coffins. Princess Yao Yu, number 2 under heaven, ecliptic immortal gold Taoist, golden Furho, restricted region lord. They all perished. Shi Hao couldn't bear to continue watching. With a light sigh, he tore apart the void. He headed to a mysterious land, looking at the sealed stone village. Fortunately, there were still some loved ones and old friends there. Otherwise, in this vast and boundless world, even if he became unmatched, he still couldn't feel happiness. Many people were asleep just like before. Shi Hao didn't disturb them, just silently watching along the way. He saw Qing Yi, his grandfather, Grandpa Chief, and others. He also saw his parents and the villagers. He didn't dare wake up Yun Shi, because the new little stone was no longer in this world. Little Hao. A woman woke up, looking towards him. Aman. Shi Hao stared at her. In this world, who dared call him this? Only those who were closest to him. What happened? Aman asked. She sensed that there were much fewer people here, some people leaving this place. Where were they? Aman was puzzled. Then Aman followed him out of this place. While looking at these graves, at those monuments, Aman was in disbelief. In the end, she shed tears, in grief and heartbroken. Her hands caressed the new little stone's grave. Unable to accept this, she carried tears as she looked at Shi Hao. If you want to cry, then just cry. Don't hold it in. She was worried about Shi Hao. How can a half-immortal emperor cry? Shi Hao revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. After that day, Aman watched over this place, not returning to Stone Village again. I am about to head on my way. It's best if you return to Stone Village first, Shi Hao said. Within these 1,000 years, he already pretty much refined the 4 great experts. At the same time, during this period, he continuously derived how to become an immortal emperor. World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor, and others methods. Their divine abilities and systems definitely gave Shi Hao great enlightenment. I will just wait for you here. I hope I can be the first to see your safe return, Aman said while shaking her head. Leave after you become an unmatched immortal emperor, she suggested quietly, fearing that Shi Hao wouldn't be able to return after leaving. I can't do it. Shi Hao shook his head. He already tried many times, but in the end, couldn't truly ascend to that level. However, he really did stop, not leaving immediately, pondering over the immortal emperor realm, trying to break through. During this period, it was unknown how many great sex lords and old clan chiefs requested to meet with Shi Hao, but they were all turned down by him. The several dozen old soldiers remained outside imperial court's remains, not letting them come closer. Apart from the heavenly horned ant and crimson dragon, these years, only the butcher and burial lord could come. The two wanted to become half-immortal emperors. They consulted about the Tao with Shi Hao, seriously asking for guidance. There were wisps of half-immortal emperor light on their bodies, but they just couldn't cross that moat. Shi Hao was quite serious, not hiding his own half-immortal emperor journey at all. These were the most precious experiences, at the same time telling them about Feather Emperor and the others' paths as well. He hoped these two could become half-immortal emperors. Unfortunately, in the end, the 2 great experts still couldn't break through, always stuck at the border. In a flash, thousands of years passed. How still remained in this cemetery. The butcher and burial lord came who knew how many times, continuously discussing the Tao with How. In the end, they could only sigh. They most likely had to stop here. Even with all their achievements, they were still unable to truly step into half-immortal emperor level. Creatures at this level couldn't necessarily succeed just by accumulating time. Otherwise, the butcher and burial lord would have long advanced. Their ages were horrifyingly great, but this was useless. Within the law pool, in the end, the four great experts all turned to ashes, completely refined by How. World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor, Grand Emperor and Grey Emperor all completely died. How felt like it was time to continue on his way to the other side of Realm C. There were also Hualinger, Great Elder and Willow Deity's scorched black tree stump, all of them waiting for him to bring them back from the unknown void. Only, before he even set out for the Realm C, a wave of power already appeared, arriving from the other end of the Realm C. This was a wave of astonishing power, powerful beyond compare. It turned into symbols, reaching the back of the dam following the wind and waves. Oh, a terrifying strange roar sounded, as if a ghost was weeping. This was a hurricane produced by great Tao symbols. It quickly spread, sweeping through the endless regions under heaven. A tremendous power swept about. Even in immortal domain, everyone trembled. Kacha! Heaven and earth broke apart, actually fracturing. This scene left everyone horrified. Immortal domain was already in ruins, yet now, this type of great disaster happened, absolutely terrifying. Everyone was incredibly shaken. Amon, go back! How got up, sending Amon away. He sent the divine striking stone and the dozens of old soldiers out of Imperial Court's ruins, sending them to a previously sealed land. This wave of power was too crazy. Tore through the great world. Hong Long Long. Immortal domain truly collapsed, instantly shattering. It turned into hundreds of pieces, floating into the distance, separating, basically broken. Then, the hurricane made from symbols surged, gradually extending outwards. With a hong noise, it smashed through the realm wall, sweeping towards the 9 heavens 10 earths. Apart from this, there were symbols that extended towards burial earth and other places. Dong! How took action. He definitely wouldn't allow these terrifying great Tao symbols to enter the 9 heavens 10 earths. That was his true home. He condensed a fist imprint and sent it smashing towards the storm. His entire figure rushed into the air, blocking in front. His body released endless light, becoming as large as a giant to stop this terrifying great storm. With a wang noise, How produced several half-immortal emperor weapons. There was Feather Emperor's emperor-murdering war spear, as well as World Eradication Elder's weapon. The 4 great experts' weapons were all his spoils of war. Right now, the void rumbled with noise. How activated all of these weapons, suppressing the storm. His figure was indomitable as he continued, rising into the cosmos. He activated many different weapons to send the storm back into Realm C. He continued forward, standing on the dam. Suddenly, all of the world's spiritual essence rushed out from the broken immortal domain, surging towards Realm C's side. Similar things were happening in Burial Land, Foreign Realm, and other places. They were also breaking apart. Just what kind of boundless and terrifying power was this? It was clear that the various realms suffered serious damage. The great world breaking down into hundreds and thousands of pieces would trigger a great disaster. This scene was a bit shocking. It was just a single storm, yet the world already became much more withered. If this continued, all of the realms would enter a cultivationless age. Pong! Immortal domain trembled again. Now, it turned into over 1,000 pieces, the pieces getting further and further apart from each other. Compared to the past flourishing age, everything clearly declined. Later on, many fragments disappeared without a trace, entering the void, respectively remaining in one place. The region bordering the 9 heavens 10 earths, adjacent to the realm wall, really was much smaller right now. This was a great heaven and earth change. It was just like how the primordial ancient world broke apart in the past, splitting into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now, Immortal Domain experienced this even more thoroughly, becoming hundreds of pieces. However, Immortal Domain's pieces were still much larger. It was formed from the merging of many cosmos to begin with. In the past, an immortal king ruled an expanse of cosmos. Even though they now broke apart, every piece was still incredibly massive. From prosperity to decline. Sure, how could only release a light sigh? Immortal Domain broke apart now in this type of state. In the distance, there were three great creatures who were looking over. The white-clothed empress, the expert with the great cauldron above his head, and without beginning, all three of them were incredibly moved. So the future Immortal Domain was broken apart like this. In their space-time, they previously only entered a corner of Immortal Domain. In the depths of Realm C, that great Tao hurricane arrived too fast, also retreated too fast. It brought a sea of spiritual essence with it, the various regions of the heavens all becoming much dimmer as a result. Sure, how stared in that direction. He felt that this wave of power was at least at the half-immortal emperor level, that side of Realm C having many dangers after all. Immortal Domain, Burial Land, and the various other lands were all in panic. Even many powerful individuals were greatly shaken. At this age, the immortal kings were pretty much almost all dead. Not that many left. There were only the Butcher, Burial Lord, and a few others. As for true immortals, even those as powerful as they couldn't sense where the other pieces of Immortal Domain drifted to. In reality, after breaking apart like this, as the pieces drifted further, many true immortal experts might never be able to meet again in the future. Every single Immortal Domain fragment surged with immortal radiance, protecting themselves, sealing themselves up, respectively forming realm walls. Sure, how stared outwards. He didn't take action. This was fine as well, separating like this. If there was another great disaster that descended, there would at least be some ancient lands that would survive. Is there reincarnation in this world? Sure, how said to himself. It was because he wanted those old friends of his who were killed in battle to revive. The past old friends all withered away one after another, making him feel extremely lonely. He hoped that one day he could experience the cheers and laughter again. If there was reincarnation, he was willing to truly carry out a great repair of this world. Make those people revive, appear again in this world. It is time for me to go. Sure, how had a resolute expression in his eyes. He wanted to head to the other side of Realm C, investigate it completely. If there was reincarnation, he would repair the great world, reset reincarnation. In reality, at this moment, he couldn't stop himself from making a move. It was because vaguely, he could sense that there was something on the other end of Realm C that had locked onto him. This time, Sure How traveled across Realm C much quicker. It was because he previously struck down some guidance ancient palace. These ancient palaces had a strange path within them, connected to the land of darkness, able to bring him to the other side of Realm C quicker. Heavenly Emperor Huang has left again. In Immortal Domain, someone said with a sigh. They felt both pleasant surprise and also worry. Heavenly Emperor Huang was taking action, so he will definitely display brilliant power. However, could he truly solve the problem at the other end of Realm C? The white-clothed empress, without beginning, and the expert with the great cauldron floating above him wanted to follow him, but discovered that this world rejected them, the great river of time floating beside them. We still cannot continue in the end. I believe the ultimate destination of Realm C has great karma, so we cannot step foot there. If we continue forward, we will most likely suffer a backlash. They released a light sigh. In the end, they withdrew, unable to head into the ancient final destination. After arriving at the other side of Realm C, Sure How entered the land of darkness and then rushed past again, heading towards the ancient final destination. Along the way, he wanted to bring back Great Elder, Quilinger and Willow Deity's scorched black trunk, but he decided to temporarily put this aside. He was worried that even if he tried to immediately bring them back to Immortal Domain, if he ended up fighting a great decisive battle, it still wouldn't necessarily be safe. All of you wait for me. I am going to head to the ancient final destination to get to the bottom of everything first. Sure How said to himself. Even if he couldn't return, Great Elder, Quilinger and the others could still remain alive in their area. They would be comparatively safer. The darkness left. After leaving this ancient land, what he saw wasn't all that brilliant either. In Shao's opinion, this was more like a blood-soaked dusk. He arrived at the ancient final destination, one step crossing an endless distance, his speed extremely fast. Soon afterwards, he stopped because he saw some palaces. They all appeared on the great earth, divine and dazzling. Those were guidance ancient palaces. In the ancient final destination, there were guidance ancient palaces everywhere. Wang. When he arrived here, there was one object on Shao's body that shone, starting to shake. Rotten wooden chest. He was extremely shocked. The rotten wooden chest had a connection with this place? Shao was extremely alert. He placed the rotten wooden chest on the ground. In the end, it began to vibrate and tremble chaotically, flying towards one of the most massive guidance ancient palaces. Hong! The rotten wooden chest smashed into that grand ancient palace, and then it became quiet again. Shao revealed a strange expression. This was already rather deep into the ancient final destination. What exactly was there? He looked at the rotten wooden chest and walked around this ancient palace, not noticing anything special about it. In the end, his eyes flickered with radiance, continuing forward, entering inside. He didn't bring the rotten wooden chest with him, keeping it here. In reality, after advancing a bit, he already arrived at the very depths of ancient final destination. In the distance, there was a glimmering radiance. There was a monument that wasn't that tall. It was spotlessly white like jade, divine and perfect. This was the end of the large amount of guidance ancient palaces. When he continued forward, there was a strange power rippling. This is... Shao was shocked, his expression fully concentrated. He recognized the material of that monument. This was completely the same bone material as the true primordial record. The so-called Snow White monument was actually made of bone material. There were some symbols carved on its surface, clear and deep. True primordial record's final piece. It was carved right on this bone monument, quiet and still. Shao studied it seriously. Soon afterwards, he confirmed that this was indeed the last piece of the true primordial record, related to the two previous parts. This was the last piece. After Shao studied it, he closed his eyes. He thought for a long time. This final piece was suitable for half-immortal emperors to cultivate, but that was it, this was its limit. It wasn't able to step into the true immortal emperor realm. I already became a half-immortal emperor. If I learn this method, the meaning isn't significant. It only has reference value. After Shao said this, his eyes quickly flickered, realizing some problems. Those who learn from me will live. Those who imitate me will die. Shao sighed. He could use it for enlightenment. He sensed the various wonders of the half-immortal emperor realm. However, if he blindly imitated it, he might only be restricted by it. This is the difference between the creator of a system and those who follow their predecessors? Shao said to himself, waking up. The technique I left for those after me gave up on some areas and preserved some other areas, granting them a path, burying a seed. But in the end, one still needs to transcend themselves, forge different techniques to continue their paths. There was actually a half-immortal emperor method left behind here. This could be considered quite the big deal. At the same time, waves of darkness mist surged from the very depths of ancient final destination like dark clouds covering the sky dome. Simultaneously, there were incomparably terrifying fluctuations that were released. Shao stared outwards. He saw a ruined stele in the very depths of ancient final destination. There were a few ancient words carved on it, as if formed from great Tao runes. Regardless of which great era the creatures were from, as long as they were strong enough they could comprehend it. Emperor achieving opportunity. Shao chanted it. His pupils contracted, staring at that place. Just leave, hurry and leave this place. Right at this time, a divine will suddenly sounded from behind Shao, warning him. Shao suddenly turned around, looking towards the ancient palace that was the largest. The rotten wooden chest was precisely over there. The most imposing guidance ancient palace had a wave of strange power. The palace swirled with brilliant colors, the tiles even golden-colored, a divine and mysterious aura surging from it. Within the palace, the rotten wooden chest was shaking. Even though it was made of wood, it looked like it was made of metal. Inside the palace, radiance swirled in endless strands, all of it shining on the rotten wooden chest. It was as if they were guiding something back, trying to appear in the present world. That voice came from within the rotten wooden chest. Xiaohao's eyes shone brilliantly. He stared at the rotten wooden chest. There was something alive inside? This chest had followed him for a long time, yet he had never been able to completely research it. Right now, it actually released noise. This was extremely strange and also extremely mysterious. It had remained silent for who knew how many great eras. Back then, it was buried in burial earth, but now it suddenly released noise. "Who are you?" Xiahao asked. Moreover, he himself backed up, separating himself from the black mist-shrouded ancient final destination. Hong! Suddenly, a streak of black lightning quickly arrived, smashing towards that rotten wooden chest in Guidance Ancient Palace. This black electricity was even more terrifying than heavenly punishment, comparable to a half-immortal emperor stirring on karma strength, possessing a world eradication aura. Terrifying thunder radiance submerged this place. With a pung noise, the grand and massive palace exploded, turning into ruins. The rotten wooden chest was covered by the black thunder radiance. At the same time, in the black mist, that ruined monument shone. Several great Tao symbols became even more resplendent. Opportunity for becoming an emperor. The chance to become an emperor only belonged to a single person. A long and drawn-out light sigh sounded, as if there was a type of remnant will rippling through this place. Then Xiahao saw some old scenes. World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor, Gray Emperor and Grand Emperor had previously all appeared here. Achieving Immortal Emperor status was too difficult. At the very least, even until now, Xiahao had never come into contact with this type of creature. Whose remnant will was this? This type of noise, was it warning Xiahao? Who was it that was expressing goodwill, the rotten wooden chest of remnant will? Should he continue forward or should he just turn around and leave? Xiahao stood in place without moving, quietly looking at this rotten wooden chest. And then he looked towards the very depths of the ancient final destination. Who? All of a sudden, black mist surged, rushing towards the outside world. It definitely carried large amounts of darkness matter, thick to the point where it couldn't be dissolved. This was darkness source matter. However, there were great Tao symbols included as well. Contained within were unrivaled profound mysteries that exceeded the half-immortal emperor level. This left Xiahao shocked. Were these the true immortal emperor profound mysteries? In the darkness, there were actually great Tao symbols that erupted. As the darkness source spread outwards, there wasn't much, but it was still extremely shocking. Immortal Emperor's scripture profound mysteries, it really was shocking. Even Xiahao was shaken. No wonder even World Eradication Elder carried regrets and unwillingness before death. There was indeed an emperor achieving opportunity here. Just what kind of place was this exactly? Why was there this type of thing? In the distance, the darkness matter became even stronger, surging outwards, terrifying beyond comparison. However, the mysterious symbols within contained sky-shocking profound mysteries. Those who learn from me will live. Those who imitate me will perish. Xiahao didn't lose himself, instead becoming incredibly calm, saying this to himself. He wasn't in a rush to obtain it. Instead, he was more like a bystander, coldly standing here, just calmly watching. If it was anyone else, they would most likely long given in. After all, heaven-shocking natural luck was right before him. If they missed out on this, then there might not be any more opportunities. Only a long time afterwards did he carefully seize those symbols, quietly observing them and thinking to himself. And Xiahao revealed a strange expression. All of the scriptures were engraved in darkness source matter. During this process, as he seized these great Tao symbols, the darkness source matter was also starting to be refined, about to merge into his body. No wonder Xiahao was shocked. He finally understood why World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor, Gray Emperor, Grand Emperor, and the others had darkness matter. If this continued for a long time, how could they not fall into darkness? One had to understand that this place's darkness source reached the true Immortal Emperor Dao level. World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor, these types of existences, what they desired their entire lives was the Immortal Emperor status. They were cold and callous, and also heartless. They firmly believed that the great Tao was ruthless, viewed all things as insignificant. At their level, as long they could become immortal emperors, they could disregard everything else. So what if they had to take in darkness source matter? Perhaps after millions of millions years later, after countless great era reincarnations, Xianxia would also walk that path. It was because after watching the great eras change, the great world rise and fall, all experts would feel weary. When one truly reached that level, perhaps there might be a type of breakthrough. Transcending everything else one had before might be the ultimate choice. However, right now there was no way he could do that. Becoming an emperor didn't possess much enticement for him. If he had a choice, he would rather give up on everything he had in order to get back his son and his old friends, to have them reappear in this world. Just stop and turn back, or else you will be corroded by him. In the back, that rotten wooden chest spoke out again. It was because the radiance that suppressed it faded considerably. "Who exactly are you?" Xianxia asked. "I am a lost soul who suddenly revived here." The rotten wooden chest trembled. Hong! Immediately afterwards, ancient Final Destination erupted with endless light again. All of it dark light, smashing towards the rotten wooden chest again. That type of power made one's soul tremble. It even made Xiao's expression change. It carried wisps of immortal emperor aura. The divine power unmatched. This was a boundless type of power. The rotten wooden chest began to crack. Hong! The rotten wooden chest suddenly exploded. A rain of light descended, extremely dazzling, surrounding this place. It was as if the most divine object appeared in this world. When everything calmed down again, a divine palace appeared, ancient and mysterious. There was a wave of history's great vicissitudes. It was made of wood, the feeling as if it came from far in the past. The rotten wooden chest? Xianxia was stunned. This ancient temple was formed from the rotten wooden chest. It possessed immeasurable power and contained world creation aura, as if it was the result of that age. Right now, it released primal chaos from within. At the same time, Xianxia was also shocked. He saw a creature seated in this most ancient divine temple. This was a sphere of light that wrapped around an existence. A hazy radiance surrounded it as it sat there. Suddenly opened its eyes, the feeling it gave off incredibly mysterious. No boundless power could be felt, but it was definitely extraordinary. "What do you want to tell me? Please tell me," Xianxia said. "I cannot remember it too clearly either, the years are too ancient. I am only a ruined soul, a strand of primordial spirit imprint." It was disappointed and frustrated, a bit vexed, even more so feeling endless regret. Xianxia stared at it carefully. This wooden temple was quite similar to Guidance Ancient Palace. The so-called Guidance Ancient Palace, it was to guide you back? Xianxia revealed a look of shock, suddenly producing this thought. "I do not know too clearly. I only know that it is extremely dangerous up ahead. You have to look clearly and see just what exactly is up ahead," that creature warned. The rotten wooden chest had a strand of primordial spirit within. Only now did it wake up, leaving Xianxia deeply shocked. He didn't feel fear. As long as it wasn't a true immortal emperor who appeared, there was no one left in this world who could kill him. The darkness matter surged. Xianxia observed silently, continuing to refine it. Whenever he refined a portion of the darkness matter away, he could obtain some symbols, obtain great benefits. Hong! Several months later, Xianxia exerted force fiercely. Dark smoke was released from the surface of his body. This was terrifying darkness source matter that corroded him inside, now forcefully expelled. After several months of observation, he discovered that quite a bit of his own vital energy and other parts were absorbed by the ancient Final Destination. This was basically an exchange. He paid vital energy, but obtained scriptures and became corroded by darkness. He revealed a strange expression. In the end, he withdrew. After resting for more than a year, he suddenly walked towards the depths of the ancient final destination, wishing to see things more clearly. As expected, the closer he got, the more clearly he could see what was on the monument. At the same time, the amount of immortal emperor scripture he could obtain was also greater. Eventually, he stopped. He saw a layer of black light that covered the massive world in front of him. Everything there was hazy and indistinct. One could vaguely make out rough outlines. There is a living being. Xianxia was shocked. This was a massive humanoid creature, one even more grand and majestic than a great mountain. He sat on a stone chair, leaning back, his body in ruins. Hong! Xianxia's entire body released endless light, raising his Dao skills to the peak. He carefully observed and examined this individual. Finally, he saw it clearly. Under the blood-colored dusk, within bleak rubble and hills, darkness mists surged. A giant was leaning on an emperor chair carved from a mountain. His entire body was pitch black, as if rotten, releasing black mist. This was precisely the true source of the darkness matter. All of the darkness came from this corpse. He was extremely ruined, as if ripped apart, splitting from the skull down to his abdomen. Half of his upper body was missing, as if there was half a head. His left arm and the lower half of his body were still fine. This individual was sitting in a stone chair. Even someone like Xianxia who cultivated to his level was extremely shocked. Was this the greatest secret of the ancient final destination? In the very depths, there was actually a massive corpse. If it stood up, it would fill up heaven and earth. His body vaguely gave off the might and aura of an immortal emperor. Even though it died, it was still like this. One could imagine just how terrifying and frightening it was before. The darkness matter was completely released by the rotting body, corroding this ancient and endless great earth. Upon closer inspection, there were divine chains of order binding him to the stone chair. At the same time, that layer of light should have been divine, also suppressing this place, not corroded by the darkness matter. He didn't seem any different from a human, just that he was way too large. Stay away from him. This place is extremely dangerous, that mysterious primordial spirit in the back said. Xianxia didn't leave, instead moving around this place in a circle, carefully observing. In such a close distance, even he found this a bit hard to take in. It was because that darkness matter was too strong, simply about to assimilate him. One could only imagine what kind of sea of darkness power the World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor and the others had within them. In the past, for the sake of becoming immortal emperors, they previously lingered here for a long time. For the sake of obtaining the immortal emperor scripture, they continuously refined the darkness matter. Trace the roots, return the source, scenes of the past, reappear. Xianxia roared out, activating unmatched magical force, using all of his Dao skills, starting to derive things. He wanted to see some of the events of the past. Hong Long Long. It was as if heaven and earth collapsed. Many irregular scenes appeared here. Only, this place was too extraordinary, touching upon half-immortal emperors and even immortal emperors. That was why Xianxia encountered tremendous resistance when he tried to trace backwards. Creatures of this level were naturally shrouded heaven's mysteries, difficult to search for. Xianxia used shocking methods and his unmatched cultivation to forcefully derive the scenes of the past. Finally, he saw those blurry but true scenes. He saw that corpse. It breathed in and out before it actually breathed before. It is still alive? After deriving endless years, precisely while Xianxia was crossing Realm C, it breathed. Strong darkness mist was released, turning into great Dao symbols, covering everything. It swept through Realm C, surging towards the shore. Then, when it breathed immortal domain, burial land and other realms' spiritual essence were sucked over, gathering here. Xianxia was shocked. He sucked in a cold breath of air. At this point, even he was horrified. However, it was only that single breath, it wasn't continuous. That corpse became completely murky again after doing this, as if it used up the last bit of its strength. releasing his darkness matter, trying to absorb true holy and pure spiritual essence. Xianxia said to himself, his brows deeply furrowed. This was a type of exchange. Then, he continued to observe, trace the upstream return source, prying into heaven's mysteries. He saw Feather Emperor, Gray Emperor and the others, carrying a sea of pure force, using it to refine the darkness and obtain this immortal emperor scripture. Then, Xianxia saw the darkness people. Guidance ancient palaces were surrounded by darkness one after another. Many prides of heaven, a sea of heavenly talents were locked up in the darkness prisons. They were being corroded, absorbing the darkness. At the same time, their own pure source and other parts were sucked out. Xianxia felt a headache. He understood that all of the darkness chaos originated from here, coming from that corpse. Then, he looked towards Realm Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor, Gray Emperor, and the others. The four great experts definitely knew everything that was happening here as well, but they couldn't stop anymore. For the sake of obtaining this immortal emperor scripture, they had to exchange some darkness people every period of time, equivalent to carrying out a sacrifice here. However, they didn't dare continue this out of fear of undergoing darkness transformations themselves. That was why they also knew to remain dormant, rest and reorganize themselves, wait until the next great era before reappearing. During this period, they would silently cultivate. At the same time, the four half-immortal emperors had previously attacked this place, fighting a great battle, wishing to completely break through and walk inside, obtain the symbols engraved within that corpse. However, they failed. For World Eradication Elder, who claimed to be the first half-immortal emperor after the world was created, to become an immortal emperor, there was another condition. He had to get rid of this ancient corpse first. From a certain perspective, the so-called darkness disaster was precisely here. Meanwhile, the creatures in the darkness prisons and others were only there to complete him. There was actually this type of powerful and terrifying corpse. Xianxia's expression was grave. He stared there for a long time. Just how did this type of unmatched existence perish? Perhaps it couldn't be said that he was definitely dead. After all, he had breathed, taking in and releasing energy there. What he exhaled was darkness source matter. What he took in was the essence of the other side of Realm C. This type of exchange was like cleansing the corruption within his body. Xianxia refined away some of the darkness matter under close distance, obtaining a portion of the scriptures, and then slowly walked towards the distance. Just like that, he took up residence here. He didn't play by any means fair or foul like World Eradication Elder, Feather Emperor or Grand Emperor and the others, longing for immortal emperor scriptures, but was rather refining a suitable amount of darkness matter. Xianxia overlooked this place. He wanted to comprehend the Tao, wished to break through his current cultivation realm. However, he didn't want to walk the path of the rotting corpse before him. The bits of scriptures were only used as reference for him. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years. In a flash, hundreds of years passed. Xianxia comprehended the Tao here, cultivated in seclusion. Regardless of whether it was chasing reincarnation or reviving his old friends, these all needed him to make a breakthrough again. This was only possible through greater strength. Be careful not to be corroded by him. He most likely still hasn't completely died. In the temple, that creature within the sphere of divine radiance previously warned him many times. Xianxia nodded, expressing his thanks. However, he didn't leave. During this period, he came into contact with more than one half-immortal emperor. This was especially the case with Feather Emperor, Gray Emperor, and Grand Emperor, fighting them for more than 30,000 years. Their understanding of each other's Tao laws was too deep. He was able to obtain great enlightenment. There was also World Eradication Elder. His system was also extraordinary. When Xianxia reflected over everything now, he was borrowing all of these individual strengths as reference, silently deducing his own Tao, sensing his own great path. That day he was roused awake. He suddenly raised his head, looking towards the depths of ancient final destination. It was because he felt that his entire body was ice cold, as if something had locked onto him. Sure enough, in the darkness, a pair of empty eyes slowly opened, looking at him. That creature didn't die? Hao faced this seriously. However, he wasn't that worried. If this creature's condition was good, he would have made an appearance a long time ago. Why would he continue to remain here? Soon afterwards, a wave of powerful divine will surged over, telling him that if Hao guided over creatures, brought it great life force, he could gift him with a piece of immortal emperor scripture. Wasn't this precisely triggering the darkness chaos? Hao refused. Latecomer, do you wish to establish great karma with an immortal emperor? The cold voice sounded. That corpse actually opened its mouth, able to speak. In Hao's opinion, this creature already died. Only some remnant wills remaining. Nothing more than that. The dead should remain deceased. Just rest in peace. Hao coldly replied. These calm words made this creature's eyes immediately become pitch black like ink, become increasingly terrifying. One who doesn't show respect when seeing an emperor, accept punishment. A dignified voice sounded from the darkness. If not for the layer of light covering that place, it would have definitely shocked heaven and earth. Despite this being the case, this ancient land trembled, rumbling about. Even the mountains and rivers were groaning. Hao didn't pay this any attention, instead sitting down, continuing to comprehend the Tao. Qi. In the darkness, that corpse's eyes released dazzling radiance, scarlet red like blood spraying out. It was like great scarlet flames, extremely horrifying. Hao's body trembled. His soul was being attacked. There was a wave of will that wanted to control his body, wished to hack at his primordial spirit. Chong. Hao activated his sword core, cutting across the skies, hacking towards that will. Sparks flew in all directions, releasing a loud noise, making the entire sky split apart, great cracks covering everything. The remnant will in the corpse was extremely domineering, believing itself sovereign. It inherited some of its character from when it was alive, high up above. It wanted to control everything in this world. No one could go against him. All those who go against this emperor's will die. In the darkness, the corpse that released a decaying aura released this type of grand noise. Hong. Where he was, endless darkness matter erupted, becoming a sky-shocking storm that rushed outwards. Unfortunately, there was a barrier of light that surrounded him, directly blocking a large amount of the darkness matter. Only a bit of it leaked out, the power greatly decreased. The darkness matter that rushed out turned into a demonic dragon. It bared its claws and fangs, its magical force unrivaled and vigorous, charging murderously at Hao. Hao frowned. That corpse most likely truly broke through into the immortal emperor realm when it was alive, or else how could the roar of a remnant will possess this much power? This demonic dragon could kill half immortal emperors. After an intense battle, Hao killed the darkness demonic dragon. However, it then turned into a black phoenix, spreading its wings, carrying world eradication like black flames as it rushed over. Hao transcended above, slaughtering this black true phoenix. Then, the darkness matter continuously changed its appearance. Quite a few of them the vicious ten's appearance and wondrous techniques. Quite the amazing and shocking sight. The last of the vicious 10 was a giant rock, incomparably massive. It crushed many stars in the cosmos, smashing downwards with a world destruction aura. It turns out that the last of the vicious 10 was a type of strange divine rock that could produce descendants. Hao didn't feel any fear. He had previously faced several half-immortal emperors before, so now, when he faced the vicious 10 produced by darkness matter, he calmly took action, suppressing them one after another. He was direct and straightforward. After a round of killing, he actually completely slaughtered the creatures produced by that corpse. In the darkness, that corpse fiercely opened his mouth, releasing a great exhale. Hong! Heaven and earth collapsed. Darkness matter turned into a hurricane, interweaving with densely packed great Tao symbols. Realm C was shaken up, creating heaven-reaching giant waves. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that when he took a breath, there were immediately great changes that took place. He wanted to seize the essence energy of the other side of the world again, but failed in the end. Suppress. Hao released a shout. He took action. He definitely couldn't just watch as the creatures of the other side of Realm C were destroyed. This was the terrifying power of an immortal emperor we were talking about. Even though it experienced the obstruction of that barrier of light, moreover his body suffering huge problems, in the end, it still had half immortal emperor might. Hong! The great clash was much more intense than when he killed the vicious 10 darkness matter just now, and also much more dangerous. Sure Hao felt intense pain. It was because he saw that creature fiercely sat up on that stone chair, the divine chains of order bound around his body releasing Walala noises, in the end becoming perfectly straight. This creature that was suspected to be at immortal emperor level was chanting curses. Murderous light shot out from its mouth, wishing to kill Sure Hao. This wasn't a true intense great battle, but it was extremely dangerous. In the end, Sure Hao blocked his attack, not allowing him to seize the essence of heaven and earth. Only he couldn't remain calm inside. This existence was tied down, trapped here, even suppressed by the curtain of light, yet he could still release this type of power. It really was horrifying. Of course, the most important thing was that his body was ruined. What was left behind was only a remnant will. If he really was alive, appearing in this world in his most powerful state, that would be simply unimaginable. Even though this emperor has perished, by making me your enemy, your body and Tao will definitely perish. That pitch-black corpse said coldly, carrying endless cold intent. If you have the skill, then just come and kill me. Sure Hao replied coldly. He closed his eyes, continuing to cultivate in seclusion, comprehending the great Tao. He could already tell that this corpse had huge problems. It was suppressed here, moving powerfully would result in tremendous consumption. Right now, it had to go into a dormant state again. The corpse had divine chains of order binding him as well. It was basically forced to sleep and spend its time dormant. The years went on slowly. Sure Hao comprehended the Tao here for 100,000 years, obtaining shocking transformations. His own strength was increasing, his body undergoing another instance of sublimation. That day he transformed again, this time not only reaching this doorstep, he even crossed inside, almost successfully entering the immortal emperor realm. However, he still backed off again at the most crucial step. If he tried to break through forcefully, he would most likely die. He still lacked a bit of maturity, the conditions not right yet. It's already taking form, Sure Hao said to himself. He was forging new methods, breaking new ground for his own system, moreover researching world-shocking unmatched techniques. In the following tens of thousands of years, Sure Hao's entire body shone. Great Tao aura surged. The gates within his body all opened. The body as a seed was pushed to the limit. In the end, his entire body became a seed. From the distance, he looked mysterious and unimaginable. This was a seed formed from the great Tao. There was an individual within that studied the great Tao, developing his own unrivaled technique. Immortal Emperor aura was spreading. When Sure Hao was close to completion, he was extremely shocked and also a bit stunned. It was because the unmatched technique that he developed was actually embodiment transformation. He already grasped how to display it before. Meanwhile, in these tens of thousands of years, he continued to develop his own techniques, deriving unmatched techniques. This started from the very foundations, from the very source, creating it this way. The embodiment transformation great method experienced all types of transformations, deduced from all types of different things. In the end, the moment it succeeded, there was an ultimate sublimation. In the end, he discovered that it was the embodiment transformation great method. How could it be like this? Sure Hao was confused. The method he created was actually embodiment transformation? He started from the very beginning and then transformed it, but the ultimate sublimation actually still ended up like this. This technique was extremely special, the path of creation like a phoenix rebirth. Only after a great transformation did it reveal its true profound mysteries. However, in the end, it instead became this familiar technique. Sure Hao frowned. In the depths of the ancient final destination, that corpse woke up. His expression was even colder. To strangle a genius, a single hand is enough to cover the sky. Those who go against my will only have death waiting for them. His expression was extremely strange. his eyes like black holes, revealing specks of golden light. His entire body sat up, the divine chains around his body becoming straight again. Roar! A sky-shaking great roar sounded. 2 streaks of divine radiance shot out from this massive creature's eyes. Within the dazzling gold color was a dark radiance, sweeping outwards towards the divine temple. Hong! In that temple, the creature in that sphere of light shouted outwards, resisting fiercely. We are of the same source. Today is the day we ought to merge once more. That corpse said. That strand of primordial spirit imprint within the most ancient palace trembled when he heard this, as if he was immediately roused away by this type of great Tao symbol battering, recalling many things. The most crucial part was that it was wrapped around by those 2 streaks of light, tangled together. Roar! This primordial spirit imprint roared out, suddenly erupting with endless radiance. Then it threw itself towards Hao. Even though it was a ruined primordial spirit imprint, it still released half-immortal emperor power. Pong! Hao coldly hacked out with the sword core in his hands, sending that primordial spirit imprint flying outwards. A rain of light shone resplendently here, covering everything. From start until now, he was always on guard against the creature in the rotten wooden chest. It was because in the end, that rotten chest actually became an ancient temple, its appearance similar to Guidance' ancient palace. After all these years, he never forgot about it. The future Chao Yuxing told him to be careful of palace. In his eyes, it was most likely the Guidance' ancient palace. Now, his vigilance paid off. That primordial spirit imprint was sent flying. Chi! In the end, the 2 streaks of light tangling around the primordial spirit imprint dragged it into the depths of ancient final destination, making it enter the screen of light. Then it merged with that set of flesh. Who would have thought that I've returned to my flesh once more? I am still me, yet you are already not you. That corpse released faint golden light. The one that spoke was the primordial spirit imprint that was pulled back. What difference is there to speak of? You are precisely me, while I am precisely you. Dark light flickered about as that corpse spoke. Back then, we had just stepped into Emperor Tao, our Tao skills not steady, our bodies even penetrated by darkness. For the sake of preserving the true spirit, I sealed myself here, locking down my own ruined body. Golden light flickered as that primordial spirit imprint said this. Part of the primordial spirit left, while you brought away a portion of the body. The corpse said coldly. It was for the sake of saving myself, leaving behind a bit of pure flesh and soul so everything can be restored one day. Pure? Everything has long been corroded. The corpse laughed coldly. In the distance, Hao was inwardly shaken. He roughly understood what kind of situation this was. Back then, when this existence first stepped into the immortal emperor realm, he still wasn't stable. Something unexpected happened. There was darkness force that broke in, resulting in his soul and flesh being corroded. In the end, he cut off a portion of his own body and some of his primordial spirit imprints, ordering them to leave into the distance. Then he locked his own true body here. He was the one who suppressed himself. He could sense that there was something extremely wrong with his body, and that was why he did things this way, scared that a great disaster would be brought to this world. However, it now seemed like the corpse went out of control, walking to the opposite side. I let you leave, yet you didn't leave. Now things are troublesome. You are most likely going to perish here. The corpse's eyes released golden light, saying with a deep sigh. Hao knew that this should be the primordial spirit imprint from the rotten wooden chest that was speaking. Hao was on guard, but he never expected that the primordial spirit imprint and that corpse were of the same source, originally of the same body. Now they suddenly merged together. Didn't you think that it wouldn't be easy for me to kill you? In reality, it is very simple. I will prove it to you right now. That corpse's eyes turned dark black, like black holes. With a wong noise, the sword core at Hao's side moved, releasing endless light and immortal emperor-level power. Then it hacked fiercely towards Hao. He was stunned. This was the everlasting sword core. After reaching the half-immortal emperor level, he was already sure that the past legends were false. The master of the immortal smelting pot said that this sword had a high chance of belonging to that Age of Emperor collapse expert who left behind the footprints by the dam. How crossed the sea and met that expert's soul flame and ruined body. He even fought with Feather Emperor and the others. He was sure that this everlasting sword core belonged to that creature. However, regardless, he never expected this sword core to erupt with Immortal Emperor aura, moreover completely uncontrollable. It instead turned around and hacked towards him. The sword core was resplendent, its stance fierce. It tore through the skies of endless ages, its power extremely great, all things gaining life because of it, perishing because of it, prospering and also declining. Covered the great river of time. At this time, Immortal Emperor level power erupted, boundless and immeasurable. The heavens were opened, the realms all collapsed. Right now, when heaven and earth were being created and the universes collapsed, these types of scenes were like the waves of realm sea, endless. Great waves were created and these same great waves were extinguished, just too vast, giving one a type of surreal feeling. This power was high up above, unprecedented. Truly affected all things, affected all spirits, affecting all realms. If it was 100,000 years ago, how definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. It was too sudden, too terrifying, completely impossible to anticipate. Who would have thought that the everlasting sword core that had remained quiet for endless time would suddenly erupt with Immortal Emperor level power? However, he already transformed several times, now stepping into the Immortal Emperor realm. Even though he withdrew again, his strength was indeed powerful. That was why his figure immediately turned into a rain of light, disappearing from his original location. Hao's Dao laws were unmatched, his fighting strength world-shocking. He evaded, his figure flickering in the void, moving between the creation of heaven and earth, standing in the limits of heaven and earth. However, immediately afterwards he was horrified. The sword core seemed to have never left. It was right in front of him, coming even closer to him. The ice-cold sword edge quickly made contact with his body. In reality, he discovered that he was actually standing in place. It was extremely strange. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. This was his true blood. In reality, he hadn't been struck yet, but that supreme Immortal Emperor sword energy already descended, injuring his flesh. Hong! Hao's entire body erupted with endless light, once again disappearing from his original location, shattering the void, seeing the everlasting. He left this place, appearing in the limits of the cosmos. However, immediately afterwards, his fine hairs stood on end, feeling the threat of death again. That sword core was still in front of him, moreover getting closer, now touching his body. At the same time, his pupils contracted. It was because this time, he could truly see that he was indeed still in the same place, reappearing in his original location again. This was extremely strange, extremely abnormal. Didn't he shift to the edge of the cosmos? Just like just now, he also fled to the limits of the horizon, but in the end, he discovered that he returned to the same location, still where he was before he moved. Pooh! A bloody opening appeared on Hao's body. He was almost cut through. Blood radiance splashed outwards. He released a great roar, doing his best to struggle free, once again defying the heavens to flee into the distance. Hao sensed that this was the domain of an Immortal Emperor. It retraced space-time, restricting him within this space. He couldn't break free. Even if he could defy it and move away, fleeing out, he would be dragged back to this point in the end. He still had to face the sword strike. No law or heavens cannot be broken. Hao roared out. His entire body began to burn, divine chains of order rushing into the sky, shattering the everlasting, breaking free from this Dao law domain. Kill! However, in the depths of ancient final destination, that corpse already suddenly sat up, his hair standing up on end, his eyes extremely cold. Then they released blazing radiance. He released the most powerful killing intent because he sensed a threat to himself. There was actually the aura of an emperor that appeared on that youngster's body. This was just too shocking. This was a latecomer, yet he truly touched upon this level, had a high chance of becoming an emperor and ruling over a world, thus becoming unrivaled. This corpse used forbidden secret techniques. He was worried that if he didn't take action now, it would be too late, that he wouldn't be able to kill this latecomer. Dong! Xianxia coughed out blood, his entire body feeling as if it was struck by lightning. He suddenly felt a wave of weakness, as if even his body's meaning of existence faded. What was going on? Then his eyes pierced through the past and present, seeing the scene in the upper reaches of the great river of time. A corpse reached out a great hand, releasing endless darkness force, suppressing a youngster from millions and millions of li away. That youngster was precisely him. What? Xianxia was shocked. Someone was going against the great river of time, retracing history, taking action in the ancient past? Who was changing history? Who dared take on such severe and terrifying consequences? That corpse dared. He used the power of time, targeting Xianxia, determined to kill him. He wanted to kill his past body, erase his meaning of existence. In reality, doing this type of thing was unimaginable for anyone. The most terrifying speculation was that once one went against the heavens like this, the entire segment of history would be altered. Even the future would be changed. Could be said that everything would be changed. Perhaps even the meaning of existence for heaven and earth would vanish, as if everything was overthrown and restarted. However, this corpse still continued like this, decisive and domineering, attacking powerfully. He attacked the young Xianxia, wishing to directly erase him. At the same time, Xianxia could also see that this immortal emperor seemed to feel restraining fear in the end, not directly taking action. He influenced time, standing over the past desolate border imperial pass, driving Anlin to attack. However, did this carry any meaning? He still wanted to change history. Xianxia didn't know if doing things this way could get away from any of the consequences. Roar! He roared towards the heavens, going crazy from anger. He no longer tried to avoid it, instead facing the sword core. Moreover, he roared out, "Embodiment transformation. Transform the endless ages." Right now, his aura was extremely terrifying, his power crushing the endless realms. He once again stood in Immortal Emperor realm, shaking that corpse in the depths of ancient Final Destination. Pooh! However, in the end, he didn't stop this sword. Blood flew in all directions. He was hacked open by the everlasting sword core, cleaved in half. I was actually cut by the everlasting sword at my side. This ancient sword that had followed me in battle for so many years, the rumored weapon made from scrap materials. After Xianxia was hacked apart, it was hard for him to recover. The power of the Emperor's sword was unrivaled. Crushed all life, destroyed endless realms, just too powerful. It is indeed scrap materials, but it is also an Emperor's sword. The corpse in the depths of ancient Final Destination said in a deep and cold manner. At this time, the everlasting sword core broke apart. Mottled fragments continuously came off. In the end, there was actually a small gray chest that fell out from within. It was rumored that the true material was used to refine a coffin, while the remaining materials were used to make the everlasting sword core. This was actually true. Meanwhile, that coffin was precisely in the sword core. The sword core was refined by me. The coffin existed since ancient times. When one faces it, whatever one sees is the final situation. Back then, I saw myself become a corpse, locked up here, and sure enough, this was what happened. What about you? Did you see yourself die here? In the depths of ancient Final Destination, that corpse asked. He actually spoke about such a shocking secret. The coffin existed for all of eternity. The everlasting sword core was its scrap materials. It was he who refined them into a sword. When he faced this ancient coffin, he previously saw strange scenes. In the end, those scenes really became his conclusion. When Xianxia heard this, he was inwardly shaken. What did he previously see when he held the everlasting sword core? It was as if immortal ascension light scattered down. Below was a creature in the ancient coffin, blood flowing like rivers. It's time for this to end. Regardless of what you saw, under the attack of an immortal emperor, all will perish. The corpse roared out. With a hong noise, that little coffin beside him was opened, a ruined body falling out from within. It was an upper half that was covered in blood. This ruined body only had a single hand and half a head, lacking eyes. This was a completely ruined body. With a honglong noise, he raised his single arm, a palm striking towards Shihao. This was the pure body that previously separated from the corpse, just like the primordial spirit imprint previously sent out. The primordial spirit imprint was sealed within the rotten wooden chest, while the flesh was sealed in this coffin. Now, this ruined body also appeared. Meanwhile, at this time, after Shihao was hacked by the everlasting sword core and ravaged by Emperor energy, difficult for his primordial spirit to heal, he suffered this world-shocking strike. Pooh! Shihao was completely smashed apart, his body breaking apart into pieces and then exploding. Endless blood rain flew in all directions. This place was blasted through. Honglong! Blazing radiance extended outwards, bright and dazzling. Even someone as powerful as a half-immortal emperor definitely wouldn't be able to remain standing here. The storm was too terrifying. Shihao turned into an endless rain of blood. There was no corpse left to be seen. The heavens split open, completely disappearing without a trace. The strike of an immortal emperor. Who could stand against it? That corpse said coldly. However, at this time, his eyes produced bits of golden radiance, displaying a wave of divine aura. That primordial spirit imprint clearly reappeared again. The Tao skills back then were unstable, falling as a result, cannot be considered an immortal emperor. Of course it can. Now it is finally going to stabilize. My body is now whole. Even my primordial spirit imprints returned. The corpse said coldly. But is the current you still even you? Am I still me? The primordial spirit imprint asked with a cold and deep sigh. There are some unforeseen things, but what can they be counted as? Everything has already passed. The corpse's entire body was pitch black like ink. His eyes peered through time, looking through the endless ages. He saw a scene in front of desolate border Imperial Pass endless years ago. There was a drop of blood that merged with Shihao, becoming one with him, actually fighting against Anlin, not dying as a result. This left him shocked. However, he didn't care that much either. After all, he could personally kill that latecomer right now, make him die before his eyes. There is something strange. In the end, he was still an unmatched expert who stepped into the immortal emperor realm. A moment later, he began to derive something, silently thinking to himself. He immediately frowned. That latecomer became completely blurry, everything related to him becoming shrouded under heaven's fate, impossible to sense. Even the past, when he was incredibly weak, could no longer be sensed. The corpse's expression became cold. I futilely tried to go against history. Even though it didn't work, I still suffered a backlash. The great power of karma has obstructed my senses. What about those blood drops? Why have they disappeared? I cannot sense them. Have they turned to ashes? His eyes immediately became cold. Shihao's flesh turned into an endless rain of light. Even though the void was shattered and burned, disappearing, if he tried to sense things, he should still be able to restrain the leftovers. However now, everything turned to ashes, impossible to research. Is the power of great karma controlling me, punishing me? I am still fearless, he said with an ice-cold voice. An endless rain of light scattered down, millions and millions of drops scattering across the void. They then penetrated heaven and earth, entering the great river of time, separately appearing in different space-time. Shihao knew this consequence. He was aware of everything. When he found out that this immortal emperor corpse went crazy and tried to change time, even tried to slaughter his younger self, he felt a headache. He knew that he was facing an abnormal lunatic. If he did this, the world would capsize, everything would be changed. This would also mean that everything that happened in the past would no longer exist. He didn't know if the tremendous karma could stop this corpse. Instead of relying on heaven's will, he would rather rely on himself. Only he could change his own fate, so he made a move there. At that time, he once again stood in the immortal emperor realm. Even though the amount of time he had was limited, he temporarily achieved it. Then, he carried out embodiment transformation, transforming the endless past, using the most profound ultimate mysteries to transcend above. This was a half-immortal emperor-level unmatched forbidden technique. Unfortunately, the amount of time he could remain in immortal emperor realm for was too short. After resisting this world-shocking strike, he became powerless. He could only borrow the everlasting sword core's collapse to send millions and millions of drops of blood throughout the great river of time. He wandered about time, wishing to stop desolate border imperial pass seen himself. However, after this, he became lost. After all, he used power exceeding his own limit. On top of this, he was smashed apart by the immortal emperor corpse. What is going on? He cannot be derived, as if he doesn't belong to this piece of history, impossible to find. Even if his blood is burned to ashes, I should still be able to find them. In the ancient Final Destination, that corpse said this to itself. It released great viciousness, its killing intent shocking endless history. Among the millions and millions of strands of blood, some were ruined blood and some were blood essence. There was even some of the most precious heart essence blood. At this moment, the great river of time flowed, blood appearing in the upper reaches, the middle section and the lower reaches, taking form in different areas of spacetime. There was a sure how that appeared in the age of Emperor Collapse. This was a drop of blood that had its own will. He was thinking he was lost, taking form and appearing here. However, he was incompatible with this heaven and earth, as if he didn't belong here, unable to merge into it. In the end, he sat down, his body outside the world, silently observing this place. There was some enlightenment that appeared in his mind, and then he began to cultivate. Similarly, in different areas of spacetime, there were similar drops of blood, some of them blood essence, some ruined blood, similar things happening everywhere. The great river of time in the lower reaches of time was also like this. However, these droplets of blood, these drops of essence received obstruction in the lower reaches of time, unable to travel further endlessly. It was because after endless years in the lower reaches, there was great karma force that stopped them. The most precious drop of blood essence was in the age of Emperor Collapse. He experienced endless time, slowly comprehending and cultivating the embodiment transformation great method, unexpectedly arriving in this age. Embodiment transformation. Transform the endless ages. He wandered with the years, experiencing the great river of time. He arrived at immortal ancient great era and also went into the future lower reaches, even headed to desolate border imperial pass. Only, he still couldn't completely remember everything, he was still lost. He only knew that his true body created an unmatched emperor method, embodiment transformation, transform all ages, and he was currently deriving this technique. In ancient Final Destination, black mist spread, surging powerfully. The corpse's eyes became more and more vacant. He was still deriving. Then he trembled fiercely, his voice incredibly cold as he said, "I've moved the great river of time. Even though I didn't change history, I've already made contact with it. Perhaps some karma I am unaware of has happened." He was in the immortal emperor realm, his magical force naturally heaven-reaching. He was thinking to himself, producing some premonitions. I didn't change history, but I changed his fate. Karma and time will resonate. Perhaps he has been changed. Could it be that he established an unmatched emperor method, now reaching this height, his cultivation the same as mine, so that is why he is shrouded by heavenly fate, impossible for me to sense? No, apart from me, who else can stand in immortal emperor realm? The corpse was talking to himself, thinking. His face became more and more overcast, his eyes releasing endless killing intent. Sure how was lost, still unable to wake up. His blood was in various ages, transcending the world, unable to merge together, cultivating alone, silently thinking. It was as if millions and millions of years passed, but also as if that period never passed. This day, something different happened. Current world, foreign realm. There was a drop of blood that trickled down. After taking form, it stood on a mountain region. He couldn't merge into this world. Even if he stood there, it was as if he didn't belong here. It was to the extent where it was hard for other creatures to sense him, as if they were completely ignoring him. There were two girls who walked over. Their residence was here. Heavenly Emperor Huang has left for more than 100,000 years. What exactly is going on? What is there on the other side of Realm C? This was what they discussed, leaving that sure how who took form from a drop of blood shaken, as if he wanted to remember something. Big Sis Mo Xian, say, Heavenly Emperor Huang should be okay, right? A girl said this while carrying an expression of reverence. Whenever Huang was mentioned, she would always call him Heavenly Emperor. I believe he should be able to return, Mo Xian said. He has shown me great kindness, saving my life under Dao Comprehension Mountain back then. I still don't know how to repay the favor even now. Even though I am quite strong now, compared to him, I feel like I will never catch up to him. Now I can only watch from the distance. That young lady said. Hong Long Long. That drop of blood that was isolated from this world seemed to have heard thunder by his ears, inwardly shaken. He remembered. Many, many years ago, he previously obtained Dao Comprehension tea leaves and rescued a little girl, handing her over to Mo Dao's older sister Mo Xian. Right? I am Huang. I am sure how. I am Heavenly Emperor Huang. This was a great awakening. Embodiment transformation transformed the endless ages. This technique was developed to its pinnacle. In the great river of time, drop after drop of blood flowed, gathering together. In the end, with a Hong noise, endless domains and the great river of time shook. The creatures of all different spacetimes were shocked, gazing towards the sky in loss. However, they didn't see anything. Hong Long. Outside ancient final destination, endless strands of blood flew together, condensing once more, as if they never separated. A wave of immortal emperor aura surged like a sea, gradually becoming more and more intense. This was the result after experiencing the refinement of countless spacetimes, developed by sure how to the extreme, becoming an unmatched emperor technique. You are still alive, but so what? Before me, you will still die in the end. Who can contend against me? The corpse immortal emperor said coldly. When Sure How appeared, an unmatched aura surged. His eyes were deep, coldly looking forward and saying, Who is claiming they are unrivaled? Who dares claim to be undefeated? Who was claiming to be unmatched? Who dared claim to be undefeated? This was a type of confidence, one's aura devouring heaven and earth, looking down on the past, present, and future. Who could contend against this? There was unmatched faith, at the same time carrying a type of great changes. He experienced the baptism of endless ages, now finally struggling free, becoming someone who belonged to this world once more. The rain of blood was resplendent, condensing and taking form, producing Sure How's true body. He stood there as if he never left. However, his aura was too terrifying, undergoing a great transformation compared to before, becoming an unmatched emperor, no longer a half-immortal emperor. Just by standing here, his figure was going to crush the endless ages and heavens. The great river of time and everything else became unstable because of his existence. His flesh was about to suppress everything. I've already recovered all of my fighting strength. What is there to fear? The corpse immortal emperor said coldly. Now his body was complete, that ruined flesh made whole. Even the primordial spirit returned to its original location. He sat on that stone chair, looking like he was looking down on all under heaven, high up above. He looked down on Sure How, his expression ice-cold and ruthless. Gabbing. The divine chains of order wrapped around his body were all snapped by him, unable to restrict him any longer. Hong. He stood up, his body massive, towering in the world. With a light shake, primal chaos was destroyed and the heavenly chains of order crumbled. Only his body indeed became more and more dark. He woke up from his slumber, becoming completely different from before. Immortal Emperor level magical force raged, extending out boundlessly. If not for Huang standing in front of him, Realm C would have definitely erupted into chaos. His Emperor Dao laws would engulf all regions. All things would then perish. Kacha. The darkness curtain of light that originally covered that region now shattered like crystals and was then absorbed by him. This was the Dao law force he originally used to seal his body. Now, he returned, but he was already no longer his past self. His darkness soul raged and burned, domineering beyond comparison. His vacant eyes released darkness flames. This was a true immortal emperor. He walked out of his previous dangerous condition, breaking his own seal, now truly standing in this world. He left the primal chaos, looking at Huang, about to take action. Chong! The everlasting sword core released noise. The mottled fragments recombined into one, forming a sword core once more. With a pung noise, the everlasting sword core appeared in his hands, moreover becoming larger. It matched his massive body, becoming a terrifying giant sword. Pearls before swine. The Emperor's sword has been covered in dust, the corpse immortal Emperor said coldly. His hair scattered about, body rising up, his presence truly intimidating. Even someone like you dares rashly use an Emperor's sword? Did you think you were worthy? His words were gloomy, at the same time carrying a wave of arrogance. The meaning behind his words was clear, only he could grasp this sword. In the past, there were indeed many terrifying things that happened. The previous users of the everlasting sword core had all died miserably. It wasn't some holy item. Not even a single individual was able to survive. That was why in history, it was known as an inauspicious weapon. Later on, no experts who had a great reputation dared use it. Eventually, it was sealed up in the ashes of history. This continued until Hao appeared, obtaining it and using it again. Huang became the only living master of this sword. However, he could be considered to have been cut down by this sword once before. His body did turn into millions and millions of drops of blood after all. Kill! The corpse immortal emperor shouted, his arms brandishing about, this sword hacking at Hao. This scene was too terrifying. When an immortal emperor took action, it truly shocked the past, present and future, affecting too much. With a honglong noise, the sea of primal chaos was split, sword energy warping and weaving for millions and millions of li. No distance it couldn't cross, nothing it couldn't kill. All life was extinguished. The power of this sword was enough to eradicate the heavens, make everything head to destruction. It was too terrifying. Even the long river of time was trembling, disappearing from this place. Hao retaliated. He didn't have an emperor artifact in hand, only using a single hand to cover the sky, pushing forward. He faced the sword core domineeringly just like that. This was a type of imposing might, a type of unrivaled conviction within his bones that was going to suppress all enemies. At the same time, during this process, he blocked the boundless killing intent and war energy that poured out from the corpse immortal emperor, preventing it from reaching the other shore of Realm C. He completely intercepted everything. Dang! That large hand covered the sky dome. It struck against the sword core, sending it high into the air. Sword radiance shone in millions and millions of streaks, tearing apart the endless ages heavens. In that instant, everything here returned to the beginning, heaven and earth collapsing. Everything was beaten into ruin, the stars in the sky all turning into nothing. More than a single cosmos collapsed. You have just stepped into this level. There is no way you can compete against me yet. I will send you to the afterlife. Darkness mist surged and the corpse immortal emperor roared. What is the point of saying so much? I will kill you, Hao coldly replied. He struck out with his bare hands, his steps steady, having the confidence of being unrivaled. His immortal sword and his law pool were still only half immortal emperor-level artifacts, but he still dared press forward. He was calm, cool and collected, releasing blazing radiance. Emperors were unrivaled. Even though Hao had just become an emperor, he had this type of style. From past to present and future, my body reigns supreme. All Tao becomes nothing. All enemies in this world will be suppressed. The corpse immortal emperor roared out. Right now, he used true unmatched power, not holding back at all. Forbidden secret techniques all appeared, everything activated, wishing to kill Huang. He sensed that this was a terrifying enemy, that he encountered a huge problem. He had to kill him as soon as possible, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Futile, all of it is useless. Hao gave a simple evaluation. Then, he displayed unmatched emperor methods. Embodiment transformation, transform all ages. In that instant, figures walked out one after another. They were all Hao, 4 of them in total. In addition, there were indistinct figures in the distance who hadn't fully taken form yet. The corpse Immortal Emperor's pupils were pitch black. He had a bad feeling. Hao's true body led these figures in slaughter. All of them formed fist imprints, suppressing and attacking at the same time. The corpse Immortal Emperor immediately coughed out a large mouthful of black blood. His entire body was smashed flying. The sword core released dang-dang noises, almost leaving his hand. He suddenly raised his head. His hair was disheveled, face sinister and terrifying. He stared at Hao, but didn't say anything for a long time. Kill! He brandished the everlasting sword core, sending it smashing over. Resplendent sword radiance illuminated this age, and then it hacked towards the past and the future. It was as if streaks of lightning lit up different skies of history. Only, when facing this unrivaled strike, Hao remained extremely calm, still raising his fist and sending it smashing over. In his surroundings, several other creatures were also like this, their expressions cold. They condensed fist imprints, attacking together. The corpse Immortal Emperor's body was blasted through. There were fists that smashed through his body, bringing large amounts of black blood with them. There were fists that smashed into the everlasting sword core, making it release vibrating noises. It was just too terrifying. This was a clash of the greatest power. The corpse Immortal Emperor roared out angrily, but he couldn't change much. He shockingly discovered that this latecomer was too terrifying. Embodiment transformation, transform all ages. This was a type of unrivaled emperor method. Even the corpse Immortal Emperor had no choice but to accept this reality. He couldn't stop it. Kill! Hao still pressed forward, his fists smashing out one after another. Heaven and earth collapsed. Several figures followed, blasting the corpse Immortal Emperor until large mouthfuls of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Moreover, his body cracked apart, especially that arm that held the sword, breaking off. Kill! The corpse Immortal Emperor struggled, roaring out. After his broken arm regenerated, he went all out here, wishing to fight a decisive battle to the end. Unfortunately, Hao wouldn't give him this chance. He also went all out. Several figures swept out together, their fist imprints unrivaled. His embodiment profound mysteries were fully displayed. The corpse Immortal Emperor was smashed to pieces. Time, history, it cannot be touched. Not even I could change anything, instead triggering great karma. The corpse Immortal Emperor said with a sigh. Any last words? Hao asked coldly. He wanted to know why the other party would be corroded by darkness power after becoming an Immortal Emperor. The corpse Immortal Emperor didn't have anything to say, extremely unyielding and cold. He released a great roar, quickly recombining his body. His primordial spirit seemed to be burning, now slaughtering over again. However, it was quite pitiful. Before his embodiment transformation great method, the corpse Immortal Emperor was completely restrained. The corpse Immortal Emperor was blasted until his flesh was sent flying, his primordial spirit turning dim, as if it was going to explode again. Kill! Huang took action domineeringly. Several figures moved out together to kill this corpse Immortal Emperor, blast it into pieces. The corpse Immortal Emperor was shocked and furious, but there was nothing he could do. He really wasn't a match, completely crushed by Huang. He reforged his body. Hao suppressed him, moreover began the refinement process. It was just that direct. He took action with thunderous might, simple and violent. The time of the refinement was extremely long, using up thousands of years. Hao and the other figures all sat together to refine this corpse Immortal Emperor. The main thing was that his darkness force was too strong, impossible to dissolve. Once fluctuations were released, it would then be a calamity. The creatures on the other side of Realm C couldn't stop them. In the end, after tens of thousands of years of time passed, The corpse immortal emperor released his final miserable roar. He was killed, completely dissolved. Most of the strong darkness matter was also refined away and then sealed. Shurhao walked into the depths of the ancient final destination and saw that stone chair. Then, with a fierce strike of his palm, heaven and earth were immediately shocked, immortal emperor symbols covering the skies. However, these things were all suppressed by Shurhao. He was unrivaled right now, subduing all immortal emperor-level great Tao divine light and power. The stone mountain height chair was crushed into powder, no longer existing. At the same time, there seemed to be thunder rumbling in the skies above. There were divine chains of order that appeared in the skies, densely packed and numerous. There was an opening that was aimed down. At this time, Shurhao's expression turned grave. He saw the sky dome. A hole opened up there. Divine chains of order swirled about. There were even more dark clouds that surged, continuously pouring out. The most terrifying thing was that in the sky dome's opening, there were sparkling and translucent drops of liquid. Within those drops was black blood that might drip down at any time. Shurhao sucked in a breath of cold air. The corpse immortal emperor was corroded precisely by the black liquid that flowed out from that hole. What kind of place was that? Endless terrifying Tao laws vaguely passed over from that place, the aura making one tremble. Shurhao got up, rising into the air. He arrived in the sky dome, saw that hole. This was something like a realm wall, unknown how it was ripped apart. This type of opening now appeared. Shurhao vaguely saw some scenes on the other side of this hole. This place was above the heavens, everlasting and eternal, reincarnation difficult to overturn, a supreme land. Shurhao's eyes swirled with radiance. He stared at this place, looking at this opening. He felt as if a seal had temporarily been undone, able to see some mysteries within this sky opening. In his eyes, only the word reincarnation remained. He stared blankly for a long time. Seal. In the end, Shurhao displayed unmatched methods, moving over the ancient coffin that came from within the everlasting sword core, using it to block up this hole, and then sealed it up with the highest immortal emperor-level power. After this battle, Shurhao swept through this side of Realm C, calming the great darkness chaos, eliminating the great disaster. It was time for him to leave, time to return to immortal domain. Before he returned, he swept through ancient final destination, and then entered the land of darkness. He searched this entire side of Realm C, checking if there was anything else strange left behind. He opened up all of those guidance ancient palaces that remained. Then, he even more so shattered the void, seeing large amounts of darkness prisons. Even though many of the prisons were empty, there were still some primordial spirits that were locked up. It was to the extent where in some guidance ancient palaces, there were some individuals as stunning as Great Elder, their flesh also still here. After being locked up for endless years, many creatures went crazy, some losing their intellect. This was the damage of time. Some creatures devoured each other, becoming terrifying existences. Shurhao released all of the cultivators, displaying unrivaled emperor methods. Divine light scattered out, those unconscious gradually reviving and the souls that devoured each other separating. He saw a familiar person. There was a gray-robed woman in one of the guidance ancient palaces. Her appearance extremely beautiful, style moving. There were great changes in her eyes. This was a creature who had lived for an extremely long amount of time. She was also looking at Shurhao. Within her eyes were dual pupils. It really is you quelled the chaos, cut through the prisons, eliminated the disaster on this end of Realm C. She released a light sigh, endlessly moved. Shurhao also thought for a long time, recalling the past, the people and events that previously took place. How could he not recognize this woman? She was the dual-pupiled woman. In the past, Shur-E was saved by her and was then revived. All because they were both dual-pupiled individuals. Apart from this, she had also interacted with Shurhao before, the two even having a light chat before. She previously requested to borrow the Emperor Butterfly from him. However, later on, she disappeared, never to be seen again. Many heroes have fallen to darkness. Shurhao said, the events of the world are hard to predict. Who would have thought that you would already rise above immortal kings? The dual-pupiled woman said with a sigh. Shi Hao looked into the void and then hacked it open. He went to bring back Meng Tianjing, Willow Deity, and Hualinger. Shi Hao! Hualinger laughed, but also wept. Her eyes filled with tears. This time, she waited another 100-something thousand years. She really was endlessly worried. Shi Hao helped her wipe her tears, quietly saying, "Don't cry. I'm going to bring you home. Let's go home." Hualinger found it even harder to control herself, bursting into tears. After being trapped for so long, she had endless thoughts. She missed her home, missed the people of the past. However, she too knew that time was definitely ruthless, some people impossible to see again. Things remained the same, but people have changed. This was unavoidable. However, she wasn't particularly terrified either, because she still had Shi Hao at her side, able to accompany her. "Let's go back," she sobbed. There was also disappointment and frustration within her wounded heart. She knew that her parents most likely no longer existed, making her feel sad, tears continuously falling. At this time, Meng Tianjing patted Shi Hao's shoulder and said some good words. When he met this disciple who he was most satisfied with again, he felt carefree inside. Even if he suffered darkness disaster, he still felt extremely satisfied now. Shi Hao was also extremely happy. Even though he was already an immortal emperor, it was still hard for him to forget the emotions of the past. He was extremely respectful towards Great Elder, seriously showing him the respect of a disciple. Only, when he saw Willow Deity again, he became silent, finding this hard to accept. This was a black stump that lacked life force. How was he supposed to save it? "Willow Deity, I will definitely make you reappear in this world," Shi Hao vowed. Willow Deity affected his entire life. If there was no Willow Deity, then there would be no Heavenly Emperor Huang. He shared a special type of connection with Willow Deity. That day, Realm C was noisy. Now, there were only a few immortal kings still alive, for example, the Butcher, Burial Lord, and others. Of course, they were also much stronger than normal immortal kings. However, they still didn't step into the half-immortal emperor realm, still kings. "You are Huang, you returned alive." Even the Butcher, who was known to be the most cold and valiant man, widened his eyes at this time. When he saw Shi Hao, he was incomparably shocked. It was because he had previously sensed that something extremely terrifying had happened at the other side of Realm C. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, he was still shaken, feeling fluctuations exceeding half-immortal emperor level. Both him and Burial Lord had always suspected that a true immortal emperor had appeared. Now that Huang crossed the sea alone, everything pointed towards disaster. "I've been well." Shi Hao nodded towards them. Then, with a swing of his sleeve, a large group of creatures appeared. Shi Hao invited the Butcher and Burial Lord to help him, to bring them back to their respective homes. These were all creatures rescued from the darkness prisons. As for the Darkness Great Army, they had pretty much all been killed by Shi Hao. That day, all areas erupted into commotion. Immortal Domain was blasted into many pieces, floated into the distance, entering different regions of primal chaos. Normal true immortals couldn't even find them, only immortal kings could. The Butcher and Burial Lord moved. This shook up all areas of Immortal Domain. Even though these fragmented lands were separated, cheers shook the heavens at the same time. Many people shouted out Heavenly Emperor Huang's name. He quelled the great chaos on the other side of Realm C. Heavens! Is this real? Heavenly Emperor Huang! Many people shouted out. In the eyes of many people, this was a great achievement that would last an eternity. The entire world should chant his name, express their respect. Shi Hao's return made the great earth tremble. The entire world was happy, the cultivators of all lands celebrating. The darkness chaos was quelled, the source of disaster eradicated. So how could others not feel joy? How could they not be moved and excited? After all these great eras, the darkness great disaster's threat was too great, leaving all the kings helpless. The dead perished, the deceased departed, not many were left. Even Immortal domain was in ruins, breaking into hundreds of pieces. There were countless creatures who died. When they heard the news today, everyone became incredibly excited. This meant that in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about the clan eradicating Great Darkness chaos anymore. While the entire world erupted into commotion, Xianxia instead returned to Imperial Court's ruins. He paid his respects to the heroic spirits from the past. He was sentimental, disappointed and frustrated, even more so carrying regrets. I will think of a way. All of you should rest well for now. He placed Willow Deity's scorched black stump here. Every day he sat under the tree alone, extremely quiet, looking towards the distant monument, full of sorrow. That was his son where he was buried. Apart from the new little stone, there were too many graves. For example, the restricted region Lord Cenotaph, Bird Grandpa, Coin Elder, and others. There were also Mu Qin, Qin Hao, Chang Gongyan, Shi and others. His loved ones and friends were all buried here. There were some who died extremely miserably, but at that time he was powerless to reverse the heavens, unable to stop this. The new little stone. Is your child? Huolinger came, her voice trembling. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Huolinger became a bit quiet, even more so a bit sentimental, feeling pain. However, she didn't feel any grievance. After being separated for so many years, there were many things that they were powerless to stop. If she didn't leave, maybe this little stone would be her child. He offered himself as blood sacrifice, died for me, Xianxia said quietly. Huolinger clutched her mouth, tears sliding down her face. When she learned how this little stone died, she couldn't help but weep in sorrow. What a pitiful child. What a pitiful little stone. When she spoke up to hear, she was worried about Xianxia. Just how much grief did he experience? This was especially when this little stone offered himself as blood sacrifice, choosing this type of path for his father. Xianxia, if you feel grief, then just cry. Don't hold it in, Huolinger advised. I am unable to cry. Xianxia shook his head. He looked at the little stone's monument, stroking it with his hand, repeating this again and again, not willing to let go. Huolinger naturally knew that Xianxia's abilities were already extraordinary, but she didn't care. She still treated him like that past youngster. When she saw his appearance, she felt pain for him. He became an emperor yet couldn't cry. There was too much sadness within his heart. She knew and she felt sympathy. In reality, the relationship between them could also be considered a type of sadness. They were supposed to be together, yet they ended up being separated for so many years. This is my younger brother's grave. Xianxia finally left this little stone's grave, now standing in front of Qin Hao's monument. He didn't leave for a long time. He chose to blood sacrifice himself as well. There was also Shi, an enemy I was determined to defeat before. In the end, he used his blood and his life to repay the grudge, settling things in an extremely manly and resolute manner. I really can't take this. Xianxia felt pain. Stone Clan's lineage completely withered. This is number 2 under Heaven's grave. Bird Grandpa. The 2 elders from back then will never appear again. Xianxia introduced them one after another, feeling incredibly sad, his heart in pain. Also, there was the restricted region lord, a master and friend. How could I forget you? Xianxia stood in front of another great grave, cherishing his memories greatly. This is the 800-old soldier's cenotaph. These disciple soldiers previously fought with me in the cultivationless age, walked this life together. In the end, they appeared again, using their lives to protect my child, participating in the final great battle. Xianxia said, his voice extremely quiet. There were several dozen old soldiers who were fortunate enough to survive nearby. When they heard this, they all shed tears, recalling the various things from when these old brothers were still alive. You became an emperor, but you also lost so much. No wonder I cannot see your smiling face anymore. No longer that stubborn and mischievous youngster from the past. Huolinger said. She knew that Xianxia definitely felt extremely terrible, truly losing too much. Little Hao. Amon walked over. She was always watching over this place, always worried until she finally saw Xianxia return. Not long afterwards, the heavenly horned ant returned as well, the crimson dragon also appearing. These past old friends were still alive, surviving. I just went to burial earth to visit Chao Yuxing's grave, the heavenly horned ant said. He has been buried into burial earth again. Shihao nodded. He felt a bit empty inside. He couldn't go back, unable to fight over wine with Fatty Chow and the little rabbit again. Shihao, even though you are now an immortal emperor, if you want to cry, then just cry, the heavenly horned ant said. During this period, they have all seen that after Shihao returned, he was always sitting here quietly. If no one came to look for him, he wouldn't have said anything. I really cannot cry. Shihao shook his head. Child. Great Elder walked over, patting his shoulder. The years were ruthless. Cut down too much. Shihao returned. He didn't immediately undo Stone Village's seal. It was because there was still a terrifying hole in the sky above the other end of Realm C. He still hadn't truly explored everything yet. He didn't tell this terrifying fact to those at his side to prevent them from worrying. Hualinger slept. It was because she merged with the darkness Hualinger, becoming one. She was a bit disappointed and frustrated. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields, the world experiencing great changes. The past little stone even already had a child. That was why she wasn't willing to immediately wake up. She cherished the events of the past, feeling as if they returned to that season when fire mulberry flowers bloomed again. While dreaming, the corners of her eyes carried tears. When Shihao saw her appearance, his heart trembled, feeling a bit of pain. In the following years, Shihao wandered the world. He returned to the 9 heavens 10 earths, walking through the past paths alone, searching for the past emotions, the past cheers and laughter. There were some people who he couldn't meet again. He reminisced about them on this type of path. In the end, he even more so used unmatched great methods, walking along the great river of time, returning to the past, returning to the age of his youth. He was close, returning to that year, back to the peaceful stone village. In the distance, he saw a scorched black willow tree, only having a single tender bud. It released gentle radiance, guarding this village in the great wasteland. He saw his younger self, saw Dezhuang, Ermeng, saw Grandpa Chief, saw the uncles and aunts who had long passed away. He saw how he was running crazily when he was young, extremely happy, that little fella laughing endlessly. For some reason, he now cried. An emperor was crying here. The young him, if he was broken-hearted, he would just cry in the village. The current him smiled as he tried to get close, yet wanted to cry. I am Heavenly Emperor Huang. How could I cry? Shihao wiped away the tears on his face. He looked at those people in Stone Village. There were only some people who were sealed. These earlier relatives had long disappeared. He turned around, leaving. He felt extremely happy here, yet wanted to shed tears as well. He could only leave. Many things could never return to the past. When he carefully thought about it, that was probably when he was most happy. He was always carefree and without worries, naughty and causing trouble. Shihao walked along the great river of time. He saw Qingfeng and then went to Heaven Mending Pavilion. At that time, he was still young and mischievous, always boasting shamelessly. With a hammer in hand, he claimed to be the greatest under the sky, beating Xiao Tian until there was a prominent horn on his head. Then, he saw Heaven Mending Pavilion being destroyed, the scene of several elders dying miserably. Shihao left. He followed the great river of time, heading to Hundred Shattered Mountain Range. This was where he met the 9-headed lion, but now, where was that sworn brother of his? He had already been buried for more than 2 million years. This was also where he first met Hualinger, Yunxi and the others. When he watched his younger self from the distance, Shihao didn't move at all. Then, he saw the 7 deities descend into the lower realms. His younger self dying after endless battles. Shihao followed the great river of time, leaving desolate region and entering the 3,000 Dao provinces. When he saw Chao Yuxing, the lunar jade rabbit, and his own teenage self, he laughed. They experienced life and death together, fighting over meat and wine after the battle. These were the past cheers and laughter, the past life and death emotions. Not long afterwards, he went to Xin province, seeing the fire mulberry tree forest again. He saw Hulinger, saw her return under the sunset glow after picking mulberry leaves. Sure how stood in the great river of time. He was thinking that if he didn't leave that day, staying here, what would have happened? That time, he was young and frivolous, always wishing to be like a giant pung who spread its wings, soar 900,000 li into the heavens, seize a piece of the sky that belonged to him. At that time, he didn't even notice that Hulinger stood under the sunset by the fire mulberry forest alone. How lonely she looked, how disappointed and frustrated, the reluctance in her eyes. At that time, he already left, filled with lofty ambition, rushing into the distance with great steps. Now he stood in the great river of time, a bit depressed, feeling a bit of grievance, pain for Hulinger, guilt for her. Later on, if Anlin didn't see Xin province, they might have still had a chance to be together without being separated. However, he still couldn't go against a piece of history. What ought to happen still happened. Sure how was like a specter, moving through the great river of time alone, looking at those vivid faces. He stepped through the great river of time, heading into burial earth. He saw Sanzang and Shenming. Now they were just like Chao Yuxing buried in burial earth. He went to see exiled Immortal, went to see Shuri, went to see Wei family's 4 phoenixes, Tugu Yulong, Qi Hong and others. He also went to the 9 heavens to see great Su Tuo, Princess Yao Yu and others. Unfortunately, he was still just like a wandering ghost, all by himself, watching quietly from the distance, unable to do anything. He could only retrace this period, the past emotions and the experiences they shared before. Meanwhile now, those people were lying in ice-cold graves, while some of them didn't even have corpses left. In the great river of time, Sure how laughed and laughed, cried and wept. He was Heavenly Emperor Huang, but no one could see him shed tears right now, so he didn't hold back his emotions at all. In the real world, he truly couldn't cry. Meanwhile here, while accompanied by time, while wandering the great river of time, he seemed to be with those people, feeling those past joys and sorrows along with them. However, these were still past events in the end. They flowed past like water, leaving and not returning. Sure how was disappointed and frustrated. He wiped away his tears and walked out of the great river of time, returning to the present. He saw these great graves. He stroked their tombstones, inwardly full of sorrow, but he really couldn't cry. I became an emperor, yet I cannot cry. After returning, Sure how entered seclusion, not seeing anyone. He began to refine artifacts, bringing out those half-immortal emperor weapons. In reality, Feather Emperor, World Eradication Elder, and the others' weapons were all made of unimaginable materials. The amount of time they lived for was endless, unknown just how many great eras passed. When they ruled over the heavens, it was unknown just how many treasures they merged into their weapons. Could be said that they just didn't become emperors yet. Once they truly became emperors, they could directly carve great Tao symbols, pushing their weapons to the next level. In terms of materials, it was already enough. This time, Sure how refined his own immortal emperor weapon. Apart from the emperor murdering war spear, he refined all of the other half-immortal emperor weapons into his own magical weapon, continuously smelting them. His weapon was simply unimaginable. It was as if all of the best materials of this world were merged into one furnace. The Emperor murdering war spear's materials were all included in the other 3 half-immortal Emperor's weapons, so Sure how didn't destroy it, leaving behind a half-immortal Emperor weapon for immortal domain. However, he erased the various imprints within this half-immortal Emperor weapon to prevent it from devouring the owner instead. Then, Sure how smelted the everlasting sword core into his weapon. His law pool and immortal sword immediately became incredibly terrifying. After becoming an immortal emperor weapon, they exceeded the everlasting sword core. There was also the coffin that came from inside the everlasting sword core. He wanted to refine this before as well, but he gave up in the end. It was because that coffin was used to plug up that strange land on the other shore of Realm Sea. In addition, his emperor weapon already included all of this world's supreme treasure materials. At the same time, he also felt like that coffin was extremely special, incredibly hard. He could use it as a defensive magical artifact. Does it have any connection to the three-world coffin? Sure Hao previously thought carefully to himself. The three-world coffin had a smaller coffin within the large coffin. In terms of size, the coffin that came out of the sword core could be collected into that inner coffin. Three-world coffin, three coffins. Is this how it is? Sure Hao frowned. Sure Hao went on his way, bringing his immortal emperor weapons, as well as that three-world coffin with him, heading off alone. He arrived at Realm Sea's shore again, entering Ancient Final Destination. Above Ancient Final Destination, the hole there was plugged up. Even so, there was some sinister radiance that was released. Sure Hao removed that coffin, researching it here for a long time. This coffin was extremely sturdy, suspected to have reached Emperor level. It was quite the excellent defensive magical artifact. At the same time, he was sure that he could easily destroy three-world coffin. Those two heavy coffins weren't as sturdy as this one. If they really are one, then this is the third one as well as the innermost coffin. It is the most extraordinary and sturdy one. Sure Hao said to himself. There was a hole in the sky above, as well as a sparkling liquid with some black blood within. Apart from this, there was golden blood, silver blood, and others. It was extremely strange. Laws and order interweaved. This scene a bit frightening. The corpse Immortal Emperor's disaster, was it caused by a type of black blood falling down? Sure Hao held his emperor weapons, preparing to charge in. He attached great importance to this place because this place mentioned reincarnation. He wanted to revive Willow Deity and the others. In the sky above, eternity exists forever, reincarnation difficult to overturn, a supreme land. This sentence made it clear to him that this place was definitely extraordinary. Perhaps this was an even higher domain. Sure Hao held an emperor weapon in hand. His body charged over. Even if he had to fight a great battle, he had to get what he needed. Laws interweaved, rumbled, and hacked about. He was sure that not even normal immortal kings could endure it. This place was extremely terrifying. Sure Hao charged over. With a hong noise, he followed the path, rushing up. He discovered that he was standing on an island that was only a square zhang in size. There was a hole on it that led towards Ancient Final Destination. Where is this place? Sure Hao looked all around him, feeling shock. Everything was silent and quiet. Scarlet blood reached over the great earth, slowly flowing like rivers, like lakes, like seas. There were some great graves that stood above the scarlet water surface, so they weren't easily submerged. Under the blood dusk, the flowing blood turned into rivers, passing over graveyards. This scene was too familiar. Wasn't this what he saw from the everlasting sword core? To be more precise, this was one of the scenes the little coffin within the everlasting sword core displayed before. Sure Hao's expression was grave. He actually really encountered and saw it. In the end, Sure Hao placed the bronze coffin into the scarlet blood. He sat on it. The ancient coffin slowly floated, not sinking, quickly carrying him towards the depths of this world. He disappeared just like that. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Heavenly Emperor Huang vanished for 80,000 years. When he reappeared, Immortal Domain was greatly shaken. The Butcher, Burial Lord, and others all couldn't help but pay him a visit, consulting him. I went to a place that was too vast and extremely dangerous. You all cannot go there. I only explored a corner of that place. The present source of darkness also fell from that place. Sure Hao spoke these words and then didn't say any more. However, the most shocking thing was that Heavenly Emperor Huang brought back some things. He actually saved some people who only had remains left. For example, Mu Qing, Lunar Jade Rabbit, Witch, Emperor Butterfly, Divine Striking Stone, and others. Even Willow Deity's dried tree stump produced bits of greenery. I am going to save my son, I am going to save Willow Deity, I am going to save Shi Qin Hao and the others. Even if some people don't have remains left, I am still going to shatter that prison. Let you all reappear in this world. This was Heavenly Emperor Huang's vow. He went on his way again. However, before leaving, he undid Stone Village's seal, waking everyone up. He extended their lives with Emperor Blood Essence. That day, Imperial Court was bustling with activity. Stone Village was also lively. Many people appeared. Even that five-colored sparrow actually defied the heavens, appearing again. It flew over here, actually surviving the past Great Tribulation. There was no lack of cheers and laughter, joys and sorrows of parting and reunions. Now that they met again, how could they not feel sad that he was leaving again? However, How still set his resolution to continue. This time, How brought Willow Deity with him. Huolinger also wanted to go with him, staying together until death did them part. I already missed out on a whole world. Even if there is great danger, bring me along. I want to take a look too. Wish to travel with you. She firmly followed. In the end, Heavenly Emperor Huang disappeared, not returning for an endless amount of time. However, there were some creatures of Imperial Court who revived later on. No one knew what exactly was happening. Then finally, one day, 9 dragon skeletons pulled a bronze coffin, moving alone through the 9 heavens 10 earths. Only when someone discovered it did they realize what was happening. It was because there were some people who heard some great Tao symbol sounds from within the bronze coffin. 3-world coffin. Do the 3 coffins have some type of connection? Heavenly Emperor Huang is still alive. He is sending us some information. The butcher came. In the end, he released a long sigh. The more we try to comprehend, the deeper things reach. Only when someone who can truly travel side by side with Heavenly Emperor Huang appears, will they be able to understand. Perhaps he wishes that one day, there will be someone who can follow his steps. Burial Lord deduced. As time went on, after who knew how many years passed, everyone heard Heavenly Emperor Huang's voice again. The butcher, Burial Lord, Heavenly Horned Ant and others immediately rushed to Realm C, looking in that direction. Huang, my brother, the Heavenly Horned Ant cried out. Heavenly Emperor Huang. There were quite a few people at the butcher's side who cried out. They also had a few disciples and others with them. That day they saw Huang. I am fine. I am waiting for all of you in another realm. Heavenly Emperor Huang's long hair scattered about, even his thick black hair releasing resplendent brilliance, as if cast from gold. He brandished his immortal sword, hacking out fiercely, cutting through the skies of endless ages. From then on, Realm C disappeared, severed by him. Primal chaos replaced this place, submerging everything. Unmatched Tao laws sealed up that side. Huang left. His homeland was far from the bitterness, far from the cruel great battles. This was the final thing Huang could do. He says he is waiting for us, so why does he have to seal up this place? Do you all feel it? That sword has touched upon the alterations of space-time. I can feel that endless ages are being severed, the Heavenly Horned Ant said with a trembling voice. Master! The Crimson Dragon roared. He knew that his master did this to protect everyone, to give them a comparatively calmer world. Compared to the bitter battle in the heavens, this place could be considered a perfect world. He is waiting for us to follow in his footsteps, the butcher said. He is Heavenly Emperor Huang, so he's naturally fine. One day there will be someone who will see him again, but it will definitely not be us. Only those who can follow in his footsteps can see him. Burial Lord said with disappointment and frustration. Many years later, there were still people in Imperial Court who were revived. The people of this world were greatly shaken. They knew that this was Heavenly Emperor Huang's work. It's Heavenly Emperor Huang. Even though we are separated by endless ages, he still has these methods. A heaven-warping battle. Who can slaughter their way over? Please bring me. I wish to meet my brother again. The Heavenly Horned Ant roared out. A sword hacked through endless ages, cutting apart the skies above, severing endless ages. This was the power of time, the alterations of space, the years changing. Endless ages were crossed, filled with the greatest power. Meanwhile, in the depths of the heavens, Huang had large amounts of followers, all of them the most powerful individuals. Even though there was a terrifying great battle, he was also displaying glory, releasing brilliance. This was the legend that belonged to the unrivaled Heavenly Emperor Huang.